Hello, welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and we're here to play some Swamp Witch, which is a game by Jim Thompson. Shoot, I'm trying to remember the year. I want to say 86, but it's made in World Builder, which is the same game engine we've been using to make a game of our own on my Friday streams. Where's my Swamp Witch notes? Oh my gosh, what's happening? I don't have my Swamp Witch notes here. It was made in the 80s. That's all you really need to know. Hello, 6-7. Time for Swamp Witch? Yes, exactly. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. James Necco, great to see you. I'm sorry to hear you are working. I hope you are doing all right today. And let me give you a shout out. Definitely worth checking out James Necco's streams. Recently playing Ultima 7 Part 2 Serpent Isle. I'm sorry, 6-7. Your hello made me jump. Good job. On brand. Fantastic. You're welcome, I guess. Not really on purpose, but I'm glad it was on theme at least. Also, hello, 6-7. So, let's see. I got a couple things I wanted to mention. I guess first I'll start with a recap. So this game is, again, created by Jim Thompson. He originally made it for his kids without even planning to release it, which is really interesting. And because of that, he used a lot of borrowed art from other games, from clip art libraries and stuff like that. Though he did also create quite a bit of his own. And the game is, I can't remember if I just said this, but it stars his two kids. In this version of the game, we're playing as, I think it's Tony. I know it's a 4-letter name that starts with T, because that's how my brain works. I think it's Tony. And he also made a version of the game starring his other kid, Melissa. As far as I can tell, this is the only version that was released publicly. It's Tony. Thank you. I actually emailed the developer. I found an email address of his from about 12 years ago that was posted online. At that time, he was posting his updated contact information for folks that just, wanted to get in touch with him or pay their shareware fee, which is what I would very much like to do. And I also wanted to ask a couple questions. And one of those questions was whether or not the Melissa cut was ever released. Hashtag release the Melissa cut. Thank you, One Secret Crush. Valis, great to see you. I hope you're well. I feel like the answer is no, but I wanted to ask anyway. I also asked him if he... A thing that is talked about at length in the manual for the game is he was offering to create custom versions of this game for other people, starring their own family with their own photos inserted and, various details changed to, fit those families. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Great to have you here. So... I was really curious. He talks at length about whether he would actually follow through with this and how exactly the arrangement worked. He states over and over what will happen if he decides he doesn't have time for it, or if the person paying for the custom version is unhappy with it. So if he decides he doesn't have time, he'll give back all the money. If the person paying for it is unhappy with it, I think in that case he would keep a small fee for the work he did. Ann Kay says, "Oh wow, you're playing the Swamp Witch." Yes, I am. I thought I was the only person who knew about this game. Wonderful. I'm glad there are at least two of us, and thank you so much for coming by. I had never played this previously. but I remembered the title screen very well from childhood. I think I must have seen it in some shareware catalogs because we had we had a Mac at home growing up, and I spent a lot of time looking through shareware catalogs and occasionally ordering some things. This is one of the ones that always intrigued me, but I never had a chance to play. Totally streamed this a few weeks ago. Oh, I'm sad I missed that. I hope VODs are available. I would love to watch that when I'm done playing through it. I'm going to give you a shout out. I have occasionally lurked in your streams and definitely enjoyed them. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that very much. So what was I saying? So yeah, I emailed the developer. And unfortunately, I've not heard back yet. I'm still hoping that will happen eventually. It's been maybe a little over a week. I didn't get a bounce message or anything. So it seems like it's still a valid address. I assume he just, hasn't checked it. Maybe it got marked as spam. Hopefully, if that's the case, he'll eventually find it. M. Zizzy, hello. Great to see you. I'm glad you could make it for more Swamp Witch. So fingers crossed that we eventually hear back from Jim Thompson. So back to the recap. Where was I? We spent a lot of time wandering outside the house, finding various items. Did you add the Swamp Witch category yourself, Robot Spacer? I did not. Surprisingly, it was there already, and yet no one was following it. I was the first person to follow the category, which is interesting. I do not know who added it. Ooh, Ann K says, I did a bunch of research on this and the family. Awesome. Yeah, an interesting thing I found out, he had posted his updated contact information, and I read the address, and I'm like, wait, that's the fucking address in the game. So, the address in the game is his actual address, and at least as of 12 years ago, he still lived there. Which is wild. I'm very curious, how much other information is, extremely accurate. So yeah, last week we went in the neighbor's house, which is probably the name of his actual neighbors. And we found our dad, who was in a closet along with the swamp devil. We had an encounter with the swamp devil. We did not defeat the swamp devil. And unfortunately, we were not able to rescue our dad, but we did survive. So that's good. And then we ran into a weird bug in the game and spent a lot of time figuring it out. And it turns out that if you are doing anything other than typing the word south to navigate at a certain point in the game, you'll basically get soft locked and you'll never be able to progress. But if you do type south, it will cause some specific things to happen that are necessary to get through to the rest of the game. So I normally navigate a world builder game by using command keys on the keyboard to navigate. So Command S for south. So because I had been doing that, we were getting stuck. But once we figured out the issue, we were finally able to progress past that. And I also let the developer know about this and shared information online for other folks playing the game. So hopefully that will be useful to someone. Let's see. We eventually found the toilet creatures in the screenshot here and chased them around. Unfortunately, by the time I found them and got information from them, we had already figured out the information they had to share. Ooh, Ann K says, I'm curious if you get stuck in a few key places. I am also. Currently, I'm stuck at the quicksand, but we'll get to that in a second. Nina, hello. Thank you so much for bringing everybody by. I hope the rest of your stream was great. If y'all aren't following Nina Marie, I highly recommend it. She is a game developer and a fantastic streamer. Very much enjoy her games and streams. Culinary Disaster, Irrationally Rational, Jelly, great to see you all. I hope you're doing well today. So I'm just recapping what we did last week in Swamp Witch, which is a shareware game from the 80s made in World Builder. And so let's see. Eventually, we were able to track down the Swamp Devil and defeat him. We severed his head and stuck it in our pocket. Gonna lurk and have some dinner. Have a great stream. This game seems rad. Yes, it is rad. And thank you so much. Enjoy your dinner. Oh, yes. Thank you for pointing out my bucket shirt from Julia Minamata. Let me give Julia a shout out. If you enjoy this bucket shirt, I believe there's a link at thecrimsondiamond.com, which is a game you should very much check out. There's a demo available, and I'm very excited for its eventual release. Could use some hot dogs, though. I agree completely. Would be a very good addition. So we defeated the swamp devil, and then we had to murder an alligator, which was a little upsetting. And then we kept dying in quicksand. I could not figure out how to get past the quicksand. So that's pretty much where we are today. I might back up a little. I haven't decided, but I'm leaning towards it. I want to try a specific action that I happened to notice when we were poking in the code. And I'm just very curious how that plays out in the actual game. But by the time I had tried it last week, I had already murdered the alligator, so it was too late and it didn't work correctly. Bucket shirts greater than bucket hats. I don't know. I mean, a bucket hat with a bucket on it is a thing you can get from Julia's shop, and it's pretty dang good. It's tough. I think they're both very good. Open palm, slam the battery into the slot. I don't know if that'll work in this one. So yeah, that's pretty much where we are. I think we're pretty much ready to get started. I do want to give Mzizi a shout out. If you're not following Emmy, I highly recommend it. She's been playing a game called Synergist, and it is a 96 point and click FMV adventure game. I love it. It's a really good game as long as you understand that it is also a kind of terrible game. I highly recommend it. She's been playing that on Tuesdays, and on Thursdays she plays random DOS games. My highest recommendation. All right, let's get into this. I killed my sex worker stalker, not girlfriend. Don't follow me, but thank you. I mean, you didn't kill her directly. It was a thing that happened that was very upsetting to your character because it was a personal attack on him, ultimately. Why did I close that? So I think we're going to back up. Let's back up. This is where I killed the gator. Okay, out front. We're going to go back out front. What game was what? The game Emmy's playing is called Synergist. The game we're playing is called Swamp Witch. I assume that's not what you meant, though. Okay, so one thing I wanted to review. How did that work? Was it climb tree? There's some way we can do a particular action here. Okay. And it gives us a list of items we need. And I wanted to review this because I feel like these are the items we should focus on for getting past puzzles that are beyond this point. So we need a pistol, a sword. We use that for the swamp devil, right? An amulet. An amulet. A broom, a lantern, and maybe Buffy and Bandit. So we did eventually get all those things. Now that I've backed up, I'm realizing this might be complicated. Oops. Typo. So we currently have a pistol, some sunglasses, a lighter, a lit lantern, a broom, an amulet, a sword, and a roll of toilet paper. Yeah, we've got quite a collection here on the front lawn. It's quite a sight. Many things are floating in the air. We have some spray paint that's kind of up in a tree here. We have some rat poison that's very large and just floating in front of the window. It's fine, though. This sock is enormous. That's apparently Tony's sock. Okay, so I can see the blood trail here. So this is the point where we are able to go into the house. So let's review. We need a pistol. We have a pistol. We need a sword. We have a sword. We need an amulet. We have an amulet. We need a broom. We have a broom. We need a lantern. We have a lit lantern. And Buffy and Bandit. Are Buffy and Bandit not with us? It's a yard sale. Exactly. Oh, the toilet monsters are here. Okay. We've rescued Buffy and Bandit. Let's go ahead and do the toilet monster sequence here. You scared them away again. Basically, we keep talking to them and scaring them away. And then eventually they're like, please leave us alone. We'll tell you something if you finally leave us alone and let's get some rest. And I don't think it's a necessary sequence, but I want to do it just in case it triggers something in the game. Oh no! Hungry Winky is at it again. I accidentally wore my stinky sunglasses to the Gaines's house, and this is a fatal error. I don't think you can get out of this. Sometimes Hungry Winky will leave, but yeah. We've died. Okay. Let's try that again. Which save was that? Out front. Swamp Witch yard sale? Yeah, that does sound pretty nice. So let's drop sunglasses. You no longer have the sunglasses. We need to go back in here and say hello again. Oh. What? That's interesting. They just immediately left. I don't know if I accidentally clicked on them. Normally you have to interact with them to get them to leave. Oh, enter? Or we just click on the doorway? What? Oh god, the key is okay. We'll get there eventually. I'm gonna speed this up a little. It's a little bit too slow. There's the key. Okay, there they are. Here's the gruesome twosome again. Maybe we should try talking to them once more. Talk to monsters. You've scared them away again. You know, I'll bet that if you can find them just one more time, they'll be brimming with conversation. Also, here's our pile of dead rats that we left in here. Don't worry about it. Okay, so they should be in here now. Oh. Okay. I thought that was going to be a death. It's fine. We just need the rat poison. Okay. I am going to save. As soon as I clicked that, I was like, oh god, I should have saved first. Let's do... 22. Take 2. Okay. Okay. Oh no, you bumped into them again. I've heard of things that go bump in the night, but this is ridiculous. The commode monsters are getting very weary of you interrupting their sleep. They want to make you a deal. They agree to give you a hint about how to get up that tree if you'll stop following them around. What do you say? Yes or no? We're going to say yes. Oh my god, there's so much text. Yes, the two toilet terrors breathe an obvious sigh of relief. Somehow, they don't seem at all frightening anymore. They line up arm in arm in a kinky kind of chorus line. Then they begin, I forgot about this, then they begin to bounce up and down, kicking up their little nebulous feet as they chant their monster song. We like to sing with a horrid verse because our ghoulish song sounds so much worse. We sing in the toilet since roaming we hate. It's hard to figure up a melody to go with it without remembering the rhythm of it. We sing in the toilet since roaming we hate. The humidity's terrible, but the acoustics are great. We'll give you this hint, but you must leave us be. We know the forest and how to climb that oak tree. If we were human or you were we'd use furniture to climb up that tree. That's very complicated. Okay. But they're basically telling us we need to stack up furniture to get up the tree, which is the thing I already knew. We need an official Robot Spacer cover of this. I'll work on it. Thank you for the suggestion. The ostensibly shy little commode monsters take a bow and leave. Okay. Oops.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. Okay. So, I think we're ready to go in the house now. Again, this trail of blood here is important. If you don't see that trail of blood, you might have run into a bug or just not finished the sequence of events that you need to do first. The text kind of disappears too quickly, but there's some text explaining that we have lifted the curse. The hallway is quiet. You know, I have maps. I forgot to get them out. Those are the wrong maps. I did make a map of this, right? Yeah. Okay. There's Swamp Witch. And there's the swamp. Okay. So we are in front hallway here. And the navigation in the house gets weird because they don't use north, south, east, west anymore. Robot Spacer, there should be a README file in it with the game that has a spoiler walkthrough, but Jim has a bit more info in there that you should look at if you want more info after you finish the game. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I was aware of the walkthrough. I did consult it at one point last week. I can't remember what exactly I looked up, but I think it ultimately did not help that much because I was trying to figure out the part in the first encounter with the swamp devil, and in the walkthrough it's like you're on your own here. So I was hoping for some confirmation of whether I had done everything correctly, but it was not able to give me that, which is funny. But thank you for pointing that out. I'll definitely look at that when we're done. Hello, Puzzle. Great to see you. I hope you're well. Excited for more Swamp Witch. Me too. I should do another save. So, inside the house, we have some number of things we need to do here. And I do not remember what they all are, but hopefully I can figure it out. So we're in the den now. There's a breakfast nook. Let's go there. I'm not going to read all this just since we did this already. Need to drop something. Really? Let's drop the rat killer. I think we're done with that now. Roll of toilet paper. Huh. Oh, right. I completely forgot about this. Occasionally, you'll type a command and the game will just ignore it. I don't know what's up with that. You no longer have the rat killer. I hope it's like full of blueprints of the house and a family tree spanning several generations. There are two Mac Paint files with maps of the game that are included. I peeked at the first one, but I didn't want to look at it too much because I figured it'd be fairly spoilery. But we'll definitely check that out after finishing also. You can look up the house on Google Maps and it's 100% like it is in the game. That's fucking amazing. I love it. Culinary says, doesn't that happen in your world builder game also? No, absolutely not. I assume you mean the occasionally ignoring commands thing. I feel like that has maybe been a thing that has come up occasionally in my game, but then I've gone in and fixed it. I think it's just a little mistake in the way it's coded. Check this house out when they gave you the neighbor's address. Nice. Okay, so there's a glass jar here. Nothing's better than a Mason brand jar. And there's a note that says, drink me, signed X. You feel like a refugee from Alice in Wonderland. So let's drink jar. What do we want to type here? Why am I just hit Command I? That's much easier than typing. Glass jar. So maybe drink glass jar. Open glass jar. Oh, come on. Okay, it's open. Drink glass jar. Drink. Drink what? Drink. Look in glass jar. How did I do this before? I'm so confused. I don't think this is necessary, but like I want to do it. Maybe if I just type drink me. Love this era of independent developers just leaving their addresses in game. The Australian ones have usually moved on, but the US ones tend to hang around longer. Yeah, I was shocked that he still lived there as of 12 years ago at least, and like I wouldn't be surprised if he's still there now. Love this early time of the internet when you could make a game about real people and location and not feel creepy or weird about it. Yeah. It's definitely odd to observe what we consider personal info now, but maybe people were less likely to show up to somebody's house in the 80s. Yeah, I keep... this topic keeps reminding me of I was in a band in high school, and we printed our full address and phone number in both of our CDs, and like it's funny to think about now, especially like now that's my childhood address and phone number, which is like common security question stuff. But back then, like it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. Oh God, people would literally turn up at people's houses to register shareware? That's wild. All right, I can't figure out how to drink this. It's just a goofy little thing that gives us acne and then we can get rid of it. I wanted to do it because we had done it before. But that's okay. Let's see. The navigation in here is so weird because you need to type forward, backward, left, right instead of north, south, east, west. And like the orientation is different. Like you're constantly pointed east. So it's really weird. And I don't understand why that choice is made. But let's see. Let's go left. Here's the pool. And then we can go in the pool house, which is forward, Huh. I'm confused because before. Oh wait, no, we've been in here already. I completely forgot. We have to have been in the house already because that's where you first find the toilet monsters. Okay, so we've probably done most of the things we need to do in the house already. I completely blanked on that. Okay, let's check the toilet. Forward. So we've already made a mess in here. We've grabbed some toilet paper, which every time you open this, it reappears in there, which is very funny. That was weird. Left. There's some things in here. There's an Atari and a little TV and some rackets. Unfortunately, we can't play the Atari. Pause for a moment at the top of the landing, then go down these stairs just to check things out. Yeah, this confused me because it says this, but then we don't go anywhere. Like there's some stairs that go down and we can't actually go down them. I don't know what's up with that. Mac, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Okay. So I'm just going to assume that we're good. And we'll go right. And back. I hope I backed up as far as I thought I did. It's going to ask if you saw the large spider in the storm door. No, I did not. It's gone missing. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, and this is where the dogs are. Okay. Oh, crap. I think I redid all that for no reason. We haven't actually backed up as far as I thought we did. That's okay. Climb rope. Huh. That's interesting. The rope plops on the ground. You plop and you're, you plop just the same. Did I never try that before? Oh, hello, Swamp Witch. Suddenly, you experience a strange feeling of being watched by some evil presence. Your stomach feels nauseous, and an impending sense of doom pervades your consciousness. You sense that time is running out for your folks, that you represent their only hope for survival. I still don't know if there's actually like a time limit. Oh, I have to drop something. Have a strange affinity for black and white Mac games. Nice. I do also. I mean, for me, I think it's just because I grew up with them. The art style is unique and interesting. Just I enjoy a nicely dithered black and white image at a relatively low resolution. I like them because they remind me of old-timey black ink illustrations and fancy novels. Ooh, that is an interesting comparison. I can definitely see that. Let's drop the key. I think we're probably done with the key because that's the closet key in the neighbor's house. There's a heavy rope reinforced with nylon thread. Looks like someone cut the ends. Interesting. Climb on chair. Hooray, you've done it? There's our friend the loon. You're standing on a crude wooden platform high up in the oak tree. Thick foliage limits your vision in all directions, except through a large cluster of vines to the north. Through the vines, you barely make out the jagged tree line and eerie landscape of what must be the enchanted swamp. All right, let's do a save as, even though I'm not sure this playthrough is helpful. Oh, wait, we don't have... Swing on vine. I can't remember exactly how this worked here. Good try, but the vines weren't strong enough. Okay. So, yeah, I think we need to actually take that rope. And tie it to something. Thank you for the bonus loon culinary. Tie rope. Let's try that. I don't see a rope. If you have one, perhaps you should drop it. Okay, drop rope. You no longer have the rope. Tie rope. Okay. The rope is securely tied to an overhanging limb. Luckily, you were able to reach it. Now what? Let's do another save. Okay. We're good. We did actually back up as far as I was wanting to. I'm going to revert. Because I want to kill the swamp devil before we go deal with the alligator. MZZ says, Australia lore, please feel free to ignore. Absolutely not. There was a dude here who had a book arcade. He basically owned half the Melbourne CBD. He used to steal images from other sources and make Cole's funny picture book. The images in this game remind me so much of them. Interesting. Yeah, like I was saying, there are a lot of images in this game that are taken from other games, particularly the Mac Venture games, Uninvited, Shadowgate, Deja Vu. There are images that are taken from like clip art libraries. I think there were a lot of like Mac shareware clip art libraries. I have a bunch of them myself. So yeah, he borrowed a lot of images from sources like that. Mac says, with so much with so little, the stark contrast appeals to my aesthetic sensibilities, often high quality art by artists. When I see it, I think I like this. Okay, so I think to get the swamp devil to appear here, we maybe just need to wait or something. That sounds positive. There we go. Okay. It seems as though someone's been guarding this tree. I think he's an old friend of yours. He may look some the worse, but he's rested up now and licking his lips. So I think we need to swing our sword at this guy. Is that how we got him? Oh, I didn't rub the amulet.
Game over, man.
Game over, man. Why didn't you rub the amulet, mush brain, it says to me. That's so rude. The legions of the swamp witch welcome you to their abode. Death? If you'd like to try again, use the file menu. Okay. At least it reminded me. It's been fun picking out the Mac Venture art. Yeah. Okay, so wait. What was the resource for fonts for early Mac games? Almost everything on PC was riddled with deluxe paint fonts. I mean, quite a few good fonts came with the system. I feel like typically games used the built-in fonts. Certainly for something like a, title or something like that, you might have used something else. I don't know how people typically obtained fonts. Like I mostly got additional fonts from shareware disks. Like I showed off an EduCorp shareware catalog last week that had a bunch of shareware fonts in there. And that was how I got stuff. Certainly there were, probably like commercial options and stuff like that as well. Okay, so I guess it's just random how long you have to wait. Okay, rub amulet. Your amulet has certainly seemed to weaken him, but you better do something else before it's too late. Swing sword. Just hacking him up one piece at a time here. Your magic sword was true, quick, and deep. Great. Okay, so now we can take his head. You now have the severed head. Trying to get ahead, I see. Mother would be proud of you. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and save. All right, let's swing on the rope. It seems as though you have been expected. You dangle precariously from the rope just out of reach of the alligator's massive jaws. And I do again want to point out that alligator in this game is repeatedly spelled incorrectly, including in the code. So if you type alligator correctly, the game won't understand you. It occurs to you that it's such a hopeless situation that you may just wish to let go of the rope and end it all quickly. Let's see. How did I do this before? I think we shot the alligator. But I wanted to try a thing here that I happen to notice in the code. So we have the swamp devil's severed head, right? And you might think, oh, I should feed the hungry alligator. So give head to alligator. Oh, it didn't work. Give head? Oh, I swear this is in the code. I don't know. It was a very specific command, and I don't remember exactly what it was. I'm gonna go look. I spent all this time to back up so we could try this, so we got to figure it out. It won't take long. Nope. We're not working on our game. We're playing Swamp Witch. Okay, so this is World Builder. You can open up any World Builder game and poke around in the code, check out the map and stuff. Here's the tree. Okay, so we must have gotten kind of warped to a different spot in the map. I'm going to try not to look at this too much for spoilers. Where are we? Enchanted Swamp is the room I'm looking for, right? I wish I could make this window bigger, but I cannot. It's not a huge game. Swamp Pit. Elsewhere in Swamp Pit. I don't think that's what we want. Swamp Lake? That's not it, is it? Oh, it's empty. Interesting. Enchanted Forest? There it is. Enchanted Swamp. Okay. Thank you for your patience. It's a very good crocodile. Okay. Give head to. Okay. Of course. Of course. I do want to remind everyone that the, let's see, the content warning in the manual for this game from the author says it is a bit gory and slightly indelicate in places. I think this is what he was referring to, at least part of what he was referring to with that. Okay. Swing rope. Give head to. Wait, what? That's what I just said, right? Why isn't it working? I really want it to work. I demand that it work. Are we missing some condition? This is where you got stuck as well. Okay. Yeah, I spent a good amount of time um, experimenting in this area last week and was not able to figure out. I was able to get past the alligator, but not past the quicksand that's just on the other side of him. If text contains, give head to. Why isn't that working? Huh. If text feed sever head, drop head. Interesting. So you can feed him the head, but it doesn't sound like it's effective at all. Okay, if loop equals 0 and dead gator is not in the scene, lion roar. Oh, interesting. So so the first loop is handled here. But yeah, I don't know why this isn't working. Give head to should work almost no matter what happens. Okay, well, I guess if it's still not working, I'll simply give up. I did my best. Let's try poking at some things first. And then give head to alligator. Yeah, it's not responding. That's so strange. Oh well. Let's see what happens if we drop the head. The gator thanks you for the delicious appetizer. He is now anxious for the main course. I don't think doing this actually has any effect at all. Like, the head is still there. We can pick it up again. And just, I kind of glanced at the code and it didn't seem to do anything. I'm still relatively certain you have to phrasing. Yeah, like, as far as I can tell, like, this is what I was trying to get the response from the game in the game. But as far as I can tell, the game is responding as though you are trying to perform a sexual act on this alligator, which is hilarious. Also, I think I said hello to you, actually. But if I didn't, hello, irrational. Oh, I accidentally clicked on the alligator. This scene is interesting. Like, I almost wonder if there's a possibility to do something while you're being eaten by the alligator, but I suspect not. Okay, swing rope. I'm going to murder the alligator again. I apologize. Shoot alligator. Slowly draw your pistol from your Alfred E. Newman backpack, and while dangling and twisting erratically on the rope, take your best shot. You killed it. An endangered species at that. Now, aren't you ashamed? Yes, I am. You can let go of the rope now. Bowana. Let go. Classic Vor content. Silver, hello. I've been here for almost the whole stream, but behind my desk installing a corner lamp near the ceiling to eliminate glare on the TV monitor. Nice. I hope it went well and that you have accomplished what you set out to do. You land on the smelly carcass and proceed to squish over his limp form. Let's take another look here. I don't think there's anything we can actually, like, take here. The thigh bone's connected to the knee bone. Da-dum. The knee bone's connected to the leg bone. The leg bone's, is disconnected. Half-submerged skull doesn't look like anyone you recognize. That's good. Take skull. Talk to skull. Take alligator. Take alligator skin. Okay. Went fine. The bulb is not bright enough to light the room, but bright enough to not worry about it for now. Good. You've stumbled and sloshed your way rather clumsily into a small and shallow open area. There appears to be no way to cross it without getting your sneakers real muddy. It smells musty and dank. A canopy of Spanish moss clouds out the quarter moon, making it dark and spooky. You have trouble keeping your footing and have lost all sense of direction. Hit return. Going a little fast. Swarms of mosquitoes hover over this shallow, brackish swamp. Things look less than optimistic. Puzzle says, the writing in this game gets me so bad. Extremely charming. I like it. Okay, so this is where I've been stuck since last week. And part of the reason I wanted to back up was just a reminder of all the items we needed. Which we do all have in our inventory. A pistol, a lighter. So we've used the pistol. We've used the lighter to light the lantern, which is another item we need. The broom, I don't think we've used for anything, which makes me wonder if there's some weird thing we could do with it here. The amulet has helped us to defeat the swamp devil. Hello?
Would you like some tea?
No, thank you.
Okay.
A sword, which we also use to defeat the swamp devil. A glass jar. That's the jar of magic pimple formula. I wonder if it's actually empty now, and that's why I couldn't drink it. Like, maybe I had already done that. A roll of toilet paper and a severed head. I don't know if the severed head is useful for anything. Did I ever try dropping it here? You no longer have the severed head. I don't know what I expected to happen. Broom. Yeah, I'm so stumped here. I said this last week, and it is still true. I don't want anyone to give me the solution. I'm saying this because I know Ann K has played the game. I don't want the solution, but if anyone just has ideas, if you haven't played this game and just have some ideas on what I might be able to do here, I will gladly take that suggestion because I'm super stumped myself. Because this is a partially text parser game, there's kind of a huge variety of things we could try. If I really get stumped, we can always look at the walkthrough, but I would love to avoid that. Sure wish I could sweep up this mess. Okay. Begin to sink slowly, ever so slowly, lower and lower into the stinking blackened mire. Like if I only had something. I can't think of what exactly to try. Look at broom. It's kind of tricky. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Just having worked on a game, we've been on my Friday streams. We've been making a game in World Builder, which is the same game system that was used to make this. So I'm very familiar with the extreme limitations of this text parser. So like I know very well that there's good odds we have to type a very specific command at any given point. Make a pile of dead bodies and clamber over them to the other side. Oh, I left all my dead rats in the closet, though, so I don't really have any dead bodies to pile up. That's a good idea, though. What else do we have? Oh, you have now sunken down to your waist in this mush. What could I do with a broom? From what Aunt Kay is saying, it seems like we need to do something with the broom. I just can't think of what we could try. We sure wish I could sweep up this mess. Like if only I had something. It's kind of tricky. Let's look again. On the ground, you see a severed head. Okay, I wanted the room description though, please. Small and shallow open area. There appears to be no way to cross it without getting your sneakers real muddy. Oh, maybe we could use the broom like a snowshoe kind of situation? Is that wild? Tie broom to shoe. Oh. Climb on broom. God. It's very dumb what you have to do. Oh, God. Maybe hop on the broom and ride out of here. Ride broom. You've now sunken down to your shoulders. Get on broom. Oh, maybe we need to drop the broom first. That is a thing that this game often does. You have to drop a thing on the ground before you can interact with it. So I should have thought of that. Wait, what? Okay, there's the flying broom. I don't think it was ever described that way before. Was it? Try fly broom. Maybe it will work in this scene. Wait, come back. You feel it quiver, and then it begins to vibrate wildly. You realize it's straining against your weight and the mud. You go nowhere. You'd better drop something. In fact, depending on your personal body weight, you may have to drop your whole pack for it to work. That mention of personal body weight makes me wonder if this is slightly different in the Melissa version of the game. Okay, we have a pistol, a lighter, a lit lantern, an amulet, a sword, a glass jar, and a roll of toilet paper. I'm at the very least going to drop items we've used. I'm going to hold on to the lantern. Wow, okay. There we go. Let's try this again. Fly broom. Okay, we still have too much. Okay, we now have lantern, glass jar, roll of toilet paper. Drop glass jar. We probably don't need the toilet paper. Oh, it didn't understand drop toilet paper? God, the scrolling. Roll of toilet paper. Okay. Drop roll of toilet paper. Okay. Fly broom. Okay. We do have to drop literally everything. Either that or maybe... Oh no, this is a bad idea. Oops. You sit astride the broom handle, positioning it once again tightly between your legs. This time, you expect results. You feel it quiver, and then it begins to vibrate wildly. You realize it's straining against your weight and the mud. You go nowhere. It's still not working. Maple Mystery just gave me a shout out. Thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Oh, I still have the lantern. Drop. Oh, I typed lantern instead of lit lantern. That's what happened. Okay. Fly broom. Okay, it's still not working. Your pack is empty. So maybe I sunk too much in the mud. That's all I can figure at this point. Okay, let's go ahead and drop some stuff here. Drop the lighter. Drop lit lantern. Drop sword. Drop severed head. Drop lit lantern. Drop amulet. Drop glass jar. Drop roll of toilet paper. Okay, what are we down to now? Pistol, broom, sword, severed head. Drop severed head. Okay, so we need the pistol and the broom. So we'll go ahead and save. Adrift on a sea. Hello. Can you drop the pack? No, that's not really an inventory item. It's just kind of your container. Unless the developer programmed it that way, which is, I guess, possible. But at this point, I don't have any reason to believe that. Time to murder an alligator again. Okay, now we can drop the pistol. And let go. And then go west. Okay, hopefully this will work this time. I completely missed this. This is very clearly a hint here. Before flying off the handle, you decide to look around. Drop broom. Okay, there's the flying broom. Fly broom. Oh, okay. It does say you may have to drop your whole pack for it to work. So yeah, maybe you're right. Drop pack. Oh. Rip to my Alfred E. Newman backpack. It is with a great deal of sadness you witness Alfred E. Newman's smiling visage sink down into the murky depths. With some dead leaves and vines floating on the swamp surface, you hastily construct a temporary pack to hold any acquisitions. That's interesting. I guess we've made a lighter temporary backpack. Okay. Here we go. You go up, up, and away. At a dizzying speed, you're thrust violently into the air. Something about us getting sore. It sounds like the broom is not uncomfortable. You are now entering the enchanted forest. No brooms beyond this point. Fleshy mortals, welcome. You've landed in the shallow marsh just outside a wooded bank. A bare path, starting at the water's edge, leads north. Okay, hope you don't need that stuff. Yeah, I mean, the game clearly was forcing us to drop it all, so I feel like it's probably fine. Now that's a font you can set your Comic Sans to. What font is that? There's two or three different fonts there, and I don't actually recognize any of them. It's interesting. The Enchanted Forest font looks kind of familiar, but I'm not sure what it is. And it's got the good old Mac Paint shadow effect on it, which is great. Oh, it's called Comics Cartoon 12. Interesting. You just know all the pixel fonts, huh? I saw your cartoon 12, but I did not understand exactly what you were saying. Okay, so this was our entire map of the swamp. So now I put it in the middle, so I guess I'm just going to get a new piece of paper. Enchanted forest time. Very don't. I just think it's fun to watch them go in and out of vogue. Got it. Okay, so it says no brooms beyond this point. So I'm guessing that means it's going to force me to drop the broom, but maybe we'll see what happens if I don't, just for fun. But let's save first. 25, enchanted forest. Bare path starting at the water's edge leads north. Okay, so sounds like we can only go north. Let's double check. East. It would be impossible to get through the thick undergrowth. If I try to go south, it says you could only wade out from the bank just a little bit. Then you drown in the swamp or sink in quicksand. Unless you know how to fly, you'd better just stay put. Interesting. Could we actually fly back? You can. That's cool. I expected more cutting off at certain points just to simplify things. I'm just going to revert to where we were. Okay, so let's see what happens if we go north. A giant vulture sweeps down from nowhere, and before you know what happens, grabs your broom in its huge talons, depositing it on the bank. I'm glad I tried that. That was great. Okay. So we're being forced to leave our broom as expected, but in a way that I did not expect. You stand in a shady crossroads. Both paths look well worn. One sign says this way to the left. The other sign pointing right says no, that way. Decisions. What if I go north? Thick undergrowth blocks your way. Had to try. A lot of loons in this forest. Or just one very loud loon, perhaps. What do y'all think? Actually, I could use a very quick break, so let's do a poll. Do I go west or east? Why can I never remember where to start a poll? Okay, new poll. Which way? West, east. Let's do a 5-minute poll. That's fine. Okay. One extremely talkative loon, indeed. Okay, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and then we'll decide which way to go.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for the thanks, Emmy. Which way are we going? Oh, it's not quite done yet. Oh, we have a tie. Oh, no. Someone needs to break the tie. Don't make me choose. West or east? Get your votes in. You have like very few seconds. 15 maybe? You're going to make me choose, aren't you? Oh! Last minute vote for east. Thank you, whoever that was. Oh, another vote for east. Okay, great. East it is, I think. Oh, another vote for west. We got a few more seconds. Almost there. Somebody's going to tie it up at the last minute, aren't you? Don't do that. Okay, east. East it is. Thank you all for your feedback. It's ignoring me. Dead man's roost. You're standing at a bleak and dreary intersection. I don't remember if I said this out loud already, but the drawings of this forest are very nice. And I am assuming these are original art. So it looks like we can go north and south. Bleak Street and Drury Ave sounds like locations from the game you're making. They do, don't they? Dark Ooh. That can't be good. You've entered into a dark and foreboding thicket of vines and brush. This is probably fine, right? If only I had my lantern. Oh no! The thicket appears to be used as a tiger den. How fast can you run? Just before dropping to your knees for a final prayer, you sense that the tiger has no intentions of devouring you. You're very fortunate that this tiger doesn't find mortal meat very tasty. Too much fat and gristle. You ponder a moment on what you'll do next. Talk to tiger? What? Do I have... Yeah, I don't have anything. We can't go south or east. Great pondering noise. Okay. I missed all the text, but the tiger roared toodaloo as I left, which is lovely. So clearly there's something we need to solve there. I'm guessing we need to find an item somewhere else first. Shallow marsh. Ooh. You've stumbled into a shallow marsh, complete with an egret nestled cozily on the muddy bottom. This is a great drawing. And sound effect. I love this sound. I might have to add that to my stream. Okay. So, like, just looking at the image, and I think this is enhanced by the sound effect, it kind of seems like the egret is stuck, but the text makes it seem like they're just chilling. So I don't know what to think. Oh, what happens if I just click on the egret? The egret looks a bit peeved and squawks. He isn't bothering anyone. Why should you bother him? Yeah, that's completely fair. Admittedly, though, he does have a smug look, as though he knows something you don't. Okay. Can we talk to the egret? No. Fascinating. What does this egret know? Can't go east or west. Can't go north. Okay. I'm going to make some notes on my map here. I have the tiger down here. We have the egret up here. Fork of decisions. Okay, I think we're going to go west now. Let's do a save as. Oh. Why did my map got out of focus? That was weird. It's not usually a problem. It's doing it again. What the heck? Cut that out. The path runs east and west, with thick brush barring the edge of the path. Okay, creepy path. You know, a thing I have not been doing very often is searching. Although, now that I'm saying that out loud, this game, World Builder has this command, search. That in a lot of World Builder games, you can just do that in a room and find something occasionally. But in this game, it doesn't really support that. You have to search something specific with a text command. Unsecret Crush says, what was the poll winner? The poll winner was east. We did explore east, and we ran out of options, so now we're checking out west. Haunted Hollow. You're standing at a spooky intersection where the air is still and deathlike. A fallen log, rotten and hollow, is stretched across the northern path. I'm glad we're able to give everyone what they voted for in the end. So it looks like we can go north and south. Let's try south. Foliage is thick in the banana grove, but you fight your way through. Ooh. You appear to be in a very dense thicket of underbrush. You smell the sweet fragrance of bananas on the vine, but don't see any. You wonder if you hear some rustling in the bushes. All I hear is a loon. Vampire bananas. I hope not. Rustling. Huge banana trees and underbrush block your way. In all directions except where we came from. What could I try? Look in bushes. Whoops. That's not how you spell that. Oh, and yet it worked somehow. It seems that you have company. An ape of dubious distinction is peeking back at you from the leaves. The huge anthropoid frightened you at first, but he hasn't made any moves yet. Maybe he's just curious. Lots of intriguing and friendly animals around here. I don't know what to try here. I guess I'll try talking again. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is so much text. Okay. We've apparently had a lengthy conversation. I'm trying to find the start of it. After a few ape grunts, the ape thanks you for noticing him in perfect English. Needless to say, you're greatly surprised that it can talk. Honestly, no, I'm not. He tells you that he's fascinated by you and that you bear a marked resemblance to his Uncle Harry. Except that you're a bit sillier looking, he adds with a grin. My name is Herman, continues the ape, while he explores all your pockets with his curious probing fingers. Before you can introduce yourself, he quizzes you to find out if you're friends of the Swamp Witch. He looks relieved to find out that you're not. You learn that the creatures of the enchanted forest abhor the witch, but are helpless to stop her wicked tyranny. Apparently, Herman is more greedy than he's frightened of the witch. He wants to know if you'll give him something. Please me, the ape says, behind a huge monkey grin. And I think I can tell you how to kill the Swamp Witch. What do you want, you ask? Herman says he doesn't really know, but that he always had a secret desire for a pair of stylish sunglasses. Well, Herman, if I did have some, they'd smell like fish guts, you admit reluctantly. Herman doesn't seem to mind. Aromatic fragrance isn't one of the finer characteristics of jungle apes, you know. You wonder if you should go to the bother of giving him the sunglasses. I do not wonder at that at all. I will absolutely go get the sunglasses. I don't care how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be to go all the way back there. Okay, we have a goal now. This is great. Let's save. I think I'll continue exploring as much as I can. Is this an island? Not that we know of at this point. All we know is that we're in an enchanted forest that seems to be directly connected to the enchanted swamp that we just came from. And that is directly connected to our home, which is in Alabama, I think. Is that correct? It is the developer's actual real home. So we do have the full address of it. Online. The address in the manual is a P.O. box, but I guess he got rid of that at some point. Yeah, it is Alabama. Millbrook, Alabama. I am curious if there's like actually a swamp and forest, like is that stuff laid out similar to how it is in real life? No, not Monkey Island. I was very excited to recently learn, my brother has been visiting with his family, and I was excited to recently learn that my niece has been playing The Secret of Monkey Island. I didn't think to ask, what led her to start playing that, but I was excited that she's playing an old adventure game. It sounded like she was stuck, though, and maybe going to give up. I was not able to offer any hints because I haven't played it in so long. The path looms straight ahead in a north and south direction. You notice a glint or sparkle of some kind up ahead. There's also Like a pound sign just floating in the air? It's confused by this. Is that the glint? Mirror point. So we can continue north. Hello, Hinton. That's me, Swamp Witch Spacer. I hope you're well today. Look at Sparkle. Come on. Look at Sparkle. Okay. It doesn't understand the command. Hello, Pixel Turkey. Great to see you. Pixel Turkey is another game developer working on 2 games along with game dev Jeff, which I'm very excited about. Also a streamer, recently made Twitch partner. Congratulations. I'm glad I'm able to congratulate you out loud this time. Very exciting. Pixel Turkey plays a lot of cool retro games. Just finished The Lost Vikings, which appears to be a very long and very challenging game. And I'm impressed by her determination to get through every game that she plays, no matter how difficult. Stealth mode game development. Yes. It's like... It seems like most indie developers want to, share as much as they can. So your determination to be secretive about what you're working on is very interesting. But I'm excited for you to eventually share. Okay. Oh, interesting. I tried to go north. You seem to have walked into and bounced off of a solid wall of glass. Must be some kind of magical barrier the Swamp Witch conjured up to keep away intruders. Okay. Now it makes sense. So, we have to figure out how to, it's described as a magical barrier. So, my first thought was, it's like a mirror, we need to break it, but it sounds like it's maybe more of a spell we need to dispel. Okay. Solid wall of ass? What? Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to our broom and get the sunglasses that we, again, found in a bag, a trash bag of fish guts, and still do very much smell like fish guts. And then we'll give them to the ape, who doesn't mind any of that. We just got to be careful not to cross Winky's path, or Winky will get upset and murder us. Big Fatty Plus, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. You were playing Bastard Bonds? Interesting. I've not heard of this. I would love to hear about it. But I hope it was a great time. If you're new here, I'm Robot Spacer. We're playing a game called Swamp Witch from the 80s. It was created in a program called World Builder, which is a neat little program for Macintosh that made it simple for anyone to make a game in. And in fact, I've been making a game on my Friday streams in World Builder, which has been a lot of fun. Eden Waith, hello. Good to see you again, too. Hope you're well. It's a tactical RPG with crimes as classes. That is fascinating. Eden Waith says, an enchanted forest? My owl sidekick is warning you about not going in there. Yeah, he would do that, wouldn't he? Okay, let's fly. Broom. You're off. Suddenly the treetops are just a blur. You don't know where you're going or when you'll get there. Okay, we'll leave our broom here, and we'll go down. Down where? Just climb down? I mean, down from a tree seems pretty straightforward to me. There's our dogs. So let's see. We want to go south. I'm so puzzled by my camera going out of focus here. I don't know what's up with that. Is it focusing on Garfield? You can't see Garfield, but he's over there. Okay, now we want to go... This is where it gets complicated. Right. It's only 10:30. I feel like we've been playing for a while. This front hallway is very confusing. It's confusing because it changes orientation depending on whether you're coming or going, and then it like draws objects to fit the orientation you're currently facing. It's weird. So there's the sunglasses. We get this lovely image of us wearing them. You now look like Pee Wee Herman, Rip, but you smell like a fish. If I were you, I sure wouldn't be wearing those glasses around any cats you might meet. I think we just got to wait for this to disappear. BRB, all right? I am curious if we will end up needing any other items. Oh my gosh, so many raids. Can't stop the kittens. Hello. Great to see you. Let's see, you were playing... Ooh, Stranger Paradise Final Fantasy Origin. Nice. How are you enjoying that? I hope it was a good time. Welcome, everybody. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Swamp Witch, a game from the 80s made in World Builder, which is a program for the classic Macintosh. Currently, we're trying to... well, our main goal in the game is to rescue our parents from the Swamp Witch. Currently, we've made it as far as the Enchanted Forest, and we're trying to navigate our way through there. I think we're starting to get close to the Swamp Witch. I'm really curious how much game is left. But we're making good progress regardless. Let's see. Whoops. We met an ape in the forest, and oh, I went the wrong way. Back. Dang it. North. I think this is going to take me out. I don't know how to... Like I said, the navigation in that front hallway is very weird. Thank you for all the lovely cat emotes. Okay, so I want to go left, not right. I don't know what I was thinking. Stranger Paradise is fan-freaking-tastic. Very much a low-barrier, high-skill combat system that's so smooth. You can tell this wasn't one of their big old titles, but it's an absolute blast to play. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it. Okay, now we want to go left again. Climb the chair. Oh yeah, so I added Garfield to the subscriber emotes, mostly because I wanted to be able to use the customization options on the Garfield emote, as MZizzy has very helpfully demonstrated here. So I think I put the little sweetie emote into the followers. I really wish there weren't these weird limitations on the two types. Okay, so we want to grab our broom again. We really got to get the loon sound into our game. We have not done so yet, as I recall. Welcome back. Efton said, "Does Spacer explain why art school was scared of math?" I did not. I did not do that today. I have talked about it previously. So, how hard is this game? That's a really great question. Did you figure out the neat thing about the broom? I did not. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. We'll see if I figure it out. But thank you for pointing out there is something neat about it. That's interesting. So how hard is the game? That's really difficult to answer because I feel like a lot of it depends on how familiar you are with this style of game, like adventure games in general, or in some cases, it helps to just be familiar with world builder games. But overall, I would say it's definitely pretty tricky. And there's some amount of bugs in the game. There's at least one significant bug. And there's other cases where you just have to figure out specific commands, which can be tricky. It's a very popular broom. I hear it's sweeping the nation. Drop broom. Subliminal use of broom to get those Thompson brats to clean up. Oh, drop. Flying broom. Okay. It's interesting that it has actually been renamed to Flying Broom at this point. I think that happened when we first dropped it in the quicksand area. Loons eat rocks to grind up their food. Can you work that into your game? I can try. I'm making a note. I was excited when we found that room with the egret. I was like, oh, is this the loon? I don't know what a loon actually looks like offhand, but I guess not. Disappointing. Good way to shut up a loon. Feed it a helpful rock. Nice. Okay. I was going to look at Flying Broom. This generally doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay. Had to try. So do y'all want me to rant about my art school? Is that of interest? I'll do it again. Loons look like alternate reality ducks, but with red eyes, except in winter. Loons are weird. Interesting. I'm gonna look at that real quick. Okay. Yeah. It's a creepy duck. It's like a cursed duck. That's great. I love it. Some dinosaurs used gizzard stones. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Efton and Emmy want the rant. Okay, I'll do the rant. So I was in high school. Well, I mean, all the way up through high school, I was very good at math. And I enjoyed it. And, you know, I wanted to continue learning math. Honestly, like, I spent a lot of my life kind of being split between art stuff, which I enjoyed from a very young age, and computer stuff, which I enjoyed from like age 10 or so when my dad first brought home a Mac. So, you know, when it came time to like go to college, it was kind of tricky to figure out, you know, what exactly to focus on. I was pretty sure I wanted to do something art related, but, you know, I would have loved to, you know, find a program that would help me, you know, expand my computer skills as well. But kind of the best available option was Center for Creative Studies in Detroit, which is a school that is most well known for its automotive design program. Like, I don't really know how things are now since kind of the automotive industry has changed a lot. But at the time, like, this is absolutely the school you wanted to go to if you wanted to design cars. But they also had, you know, lots of other art programs. So I went to their graphic design program. And it was a mixed bag. I got a lot out of it. But it was definitely not everything I wanted to get out of college. And the biggest thing that frustrated me was that, like, all the instructors, like, they talked like every artist hates math and is afraid of math. And there was not a single math class offered, not even like something simple or basic, or, like, I feel like every artist can use math, right? Like, it's important. It is a big part of art. Like, it doesn't matter if you're necessarily good at it, but, like, I think there's lots of useful things you could teach to artists about math, but they did not try to do that at all. Anytime math ever came up, instructors would, talk about it like it's something scary, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to do that. We'll teach you this way to, like, draw a bunch of lines to, like, figure out how to divide up a space, to get the fraction that you're after, or, here's a way you can fold this paper to find the center of an area or something like that." And, like, those kind of tips are, super helpful to know, but it's still good to know math. There's still lots of other uses of math. But our school was absolutely not interested in teaching anyone that. I was also very disappointed in their, like, interactive design offerings. I took a class in, like, Flash and Director, which I enjoyed, but there were two instructors, and they were great. But because I had spent so much time playing with those programs growing up, I knew at least as much as them, I think maybe more. And I kind of ended up being like a bonus teacher of the class. I would often help out other students with, problems they were running into and stuff. So yeah, it was all a little bit disappointing in a lot of ways, but I still learned a lot and I don't regret it. And that's my rant. Math is good. Y'all should learn math, even if you're an artist. It's okay. It won't hurt you. Now I have a lot of chat to catch up on. So much chat. Unsecret Crush says, you live near Canada. Haven't you at least seen a loon on a coin before? Yes, that is a very good point. Thank you. How could I forget the loony? Yeah, I just, now that you're saying that, yeah, I can absolutely picture it. But, like, just offhand, I couldn't think of it. Unsecret Crush says, my art school was not afraid of math, but knew a lot of students were, so math credits were offered at extremely easy levels. I think my one required math classes teacher also taught sixth graders. Interesting. I'm pretty sure he said his sixth graders were doing more complex math than we were. But at least they offered it, right? Like, that's more than I got. Efton says, I did high school experience at my local art college for industrial design. I wanted to design cars too. Oh, neat. That's interesting. Efton is a very good artist. Efton, can I link to your art? Is that okay? Also, where would you want me to link to if I did that? Feel free to whisper a link to Unsecret Crush. I know your Instagram has lots of nice stuff on it. Eden Waite says, my university had some base math classes when people just needed their base math class, probably at main algebra level, I think. And Kay says, math is totally in everything you do. I agree. Mzizi said, math anxiety is a huge problem in education. Huge. We need to completely shift the manner in which we teach it, and there are tested and proven methods, but making such a huge shift is incredibly difficult, so it's rare that it happens. It's very negative feedback loopy at present. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like, it definitely seems like there's something not quite right about a lot of math education. It feels like it could be made a lot more approachable. And like now that I do a lot more programming stuff, I really, really wish I had gotten some way to like continue learning math. Like, you know, if my art school had math, it would have been simpler stuff. But like, I never learned like calculus or anything like that, which I feel like would probably be useful, at least have a basic understanding of now. Oh, well. Yes. Inuit says, hey, is that a bucket t-shirt? Yes, it is a Maple Mystery bucket t-shirt. Thank you for asking. Hinton says, maths can bite me. Oh my gosh. MZZ said, math is good. Failing at math is good. Different approaches for solving math problems is good. Yes. Using tools to assist in solving math is good. Yes. Playing with math is good. Yes. Math. We need to rebrand math. I agree. Does it need a new name? Do we need to call it something else? Is that part of the problem at this point? Oh, ftom.com. Okay, let me make that a link that's not spaced out. Thank you. Okay. Please go check out ftom's lovely art. Okay, I'll get caught up eventually. It says, math can kiss my giant wall of ass. Strong words. MZZ says, that's the thing too. Most people most proficient at math are often very not the best at teaching it. Yeah, that makes sense and is interesting to think about. That was in response to Unsecure Crush saying, I think I would have been okay at math if I ever had a decent teacher. Yeah. Maybe thinking I didn't like math is also why I thought I didn't like doing perspective-related assignments in drawing classes. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people like get this idea that they don't like math, and then that I feel like that must make it a lot harder to learn anything, even stuff that those people could, certainly learn. Val says, I've always been bad at math. Then I found statistics. Now I am bad at fake math. Wonderful. Puzzle says, I honestly thought for a long time I was extremely bad at math, and I got a teacher that taught it in a way that clicked with me. Yes. And I'm all right at it in certain circumstances. Wonderful. Very glad to hear that. At least we have one positive story. Turn things around. Val says, I'm not actually bad at math. I just use obscure equations in my research. Exciting. Screams in math. Okay. We should get back to the game, I suppose. But thank you all for participating in math chat. I enjoyed it greatly, and I'm happy to do it again at any time. Let's go give this ape some sunglasses. He needs and deserves them. No one is bad at math. Yes. I'm really curious if there's a ghost we're going to have to deal with in the Haunted Hollow there. Okay. You're glad to see that Herman is still here. I'm not sure how we give the sunglasses. Based on how other things work in the game, we might just need to drop them. But let's try give sunglasses first, just to see. Okay, that didn't work. Silver says, a young Silver was told he was bad at math. Why would anyone tell a student that? Yeah. Then I had a 5th grade teacher, Mr. Westbury, who focused on teaching me it. And then all throughout middle school, I was on independent study for math and quite a few other courses because I was doing the curriculum too fast. Nice. Great. Two good math turnarounds. I love to hear it. NK says, I like in high school, I hated all teachers who taught it because of how they taught it. That I took night school and summer school to fast track me so I would not have to sit in those teachers' classrooms. That sucks that you had to do that. But good that you had an option at least. Okay, let's drop sunglasses. You no longer have the sunglasses. Herman looks grateful indeed. Oh my god, I love this game. Okay, I gotta scroll up so we get to the top of the text here. Okay. Herman looks grateful indeed. After grunting and oohing around for a while, he climbs a tree and does a few somersaults. Okay, a deal's a deal, Herman says. Here's how you can kill the old bat. He lowers his voice and cautiously surveys the surrounding area when he says old bat, as though he's afraid someone might overhear. Here's what you do. It's real simple and is the only thing which will work. Throw some water on her. You're a bit dubious as to whether that's all it takes. You ask Herman if he's sure. The ape looks at you sarcastically and sneers. You're a real banana. Didn't you see The Wizard of Oz? Just any old water you want her allowed? Plain water, Herman replies. Better get tap water somewhere, though. 'Cause swamp water's good for her green complexion. And be sure to carry it in something with a lid. Don't want it sloshing around. Good tips, good tips. Okay. Killing the swamp witch. Tap water. And we need container with a lid. Rumor has it that you're rough on backpacks. That's fair, I guess. Before you can thank Herman, he disappears into the trees. He probably went to join a rock group. This is the best game. This might be my favorite game. Okay. Do you think we could send Jim $50 to add Shrek to the swamp for us? I mean, maybe, but also we could do it. Because we have World Builder and are capable of this. Oh yes, we do. We do have some ginger beer going. Very good. Wonder how different the daughter's version is. Yeah, I'm very, very curious about that, and I really hope I hope he'll respond to my message and give me at least a little info about the Melissa version of the game. The manual just says that, obviously the pictures are changed, the names are changed, but also it says in a very vague way that some personal details are changed. So to me, I'm guessing that means the Alfred E. Newman backpack is probably something different that is, a backpack or, other carrying item that Melissa preferred. Stuff like that. Yeah, the notes cam keeps going out of focus. I don't know what's... Oh, you know what? It might be the mic. I've been trying to figure it out. But it might be the mic. So I'll move that out of the way more, and hopefully that'll help. Little Sweetie's bag. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we know how to kill the Swamp Witch. I'm just trying to think. I don't remember a container with a lid, but maybe I'm just forgetting it. Let's see if we can do anything with this haunted hollow. A fallen log, rotten and hollow, is stretched across the northern path. Examine log. Look in log. Oops. Push log. Okay. I can't think of anything else useful to do with that. Is that our natural log? I mean, it seems that way to me. NK says, in grade 4, I got written up by a teacher who didn't believe I read a very, quote, grown-up book, and as punishment, I was forced to write a new book report on a more age-appropriate book. So instead of doing that, I made up a fake book with a fake author and wrote a whole story and book report about it and got an A, and the report was posted on the best of class wall, and it was in that moment I realized how much I enjoyed writing. That is a fucking great story. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, Culinary says I'll stop with the math jokes. I was wondering if that was a math joke. That's like just after where I stopped being able to learn math stuff. So like I probably learned a little bit about like logs and stuff, but not enough. Actually sent me to a kids writing camp. Nice. Okay, so I think we're going to go back to our storage area at the front of the house and see if there's anything there that we could use as a container for water. I assume that somewhere around the house... Oh, right. We have a sink. We were able to turn on the sink. We could also perhaps get some toilet water. So we have options, I think. So the container is the big question mark. Still have the camp shirt. Nice. Kone says, that's rad. I had that happen to me for doing a book report on Robert A. Heinlein book in 4th grade, and they didn't believe I could read it, so they gave me a fail. That sucks. Before we go do that, I wanna say hello to the egret and the tiger again, just to see if we can figure out any way to interact with them. I love this egret. Our pack is empty. I think we tried talking to the egret. Take egret. Okay. He has a smug look as though he knows something you don't. That feels like a hint to me, like it's telling me something. Oh, no. M. Zizzy replies to Ann K and says, oh my God, I got sent to one of those, and this one author made us listen to his erotic poetry about fruit. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds terrible. And then the tiger. Upon re-entering the tiger thicket, you find your feline friend waiting patiently. What are you waiting for? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, let me scroll up and we'll read this. So I just clicked on the tiger to see what that would do. The tiger thought that felt pretty good and told you so. You're not surprised by anything anymore. He thinks that you're pretty kind, especially for someone with too much fat and gristle. He offers to help you, but you'll need to feed him first. He's very hungry. I'd prefer something meaty. I'm rather barbaric and like things out of this world. You wonder what you could feed him and wonder if it would be worth it. Okay, I think we need to feed him the swamp devil's head. Super erotica. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Yes. Toodaloo. You wonder if Alice in Wonderland felt this dumb, I think is what it said there. Okay, so I'm glad we did that. Let's go get the Swamp Devil's head. I think that's what we want here. You don't have a broom. Okay. You sweep up here and there before putting it away. That's great. It's interesting that in this scene, we need to pick up the broom before using it. In the quicksand, we need to drop it before using it. Yes, we have figured out how to get back and forth on the broom. I haven't saved in a bit, so let's do that. 27, getting ahead. So can I fly just from here? You'll need the broom, won't you? Oops. Wait, what? I typoed drop broom and it said that swamp devil may be recovered by now, though. You'd better be ready. He's hacked up into pieces. Is he really likely to recover? I think that's probably a small bug. Huh. I typed drop broom and it said, you think there's no way he could recover, huh? Well, you underestimate the dark powers of the swamp witch. Beware. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Silver says, I don't know how devils work. They could have devil glue. This is interesting. I wonder if maybe when I feed his head to the tiger, he'll be dead for good. Let's get out of here. I was just hoping to discover that we could use the broom from there without having to go back to the quicksand, but it seems like maybe not. You're quickly getting in a pain in the, well, you know. Drop broom. Also, it's interesting that now we can use the broom while holding an item when we couldn't initially. Sorry, drop flying broom. Okay, let's save before we do this, and then what's it called? Severed head. Drop severed head. Yes. Sound is just a little bit upsetting, but I also love it. Okay. Burr, you blurt out, I
Thanks.
get your pardon before you remember who you're talking to. Zissy says, oh man, I want a Bundy so bad. Get Bundaberg to sponsor you. Go sit outside the manufacturing plant and wear a Robot Spacer sandwich board. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would happily accept a Bundaberg sponsorship. Thank you for the thanks, Culinary. The tiger appears unblustered and content. Well, my mortal friend, we had a deal, didn't we? Now, I don't really know all that much, but... Let me scroll here. But I know who does. We tigers kind of exaggerate when we're hungry. Sorry about that. You forgive him and prompt him for whatever help he may have. Well, he yawned sleepily. Have you bumped into Herman yet? For an ape, he's pretty conversational if you'll talk to him. But I once heard him say that he knew how someone could kill the witch if they were brave enough. And then there's Shorty, the egret. Unfortunately, he's the silent type, but if you ruffle his feathers, he'll certainly loosen up. I'm pretty sure that Shorty once overheard the witch's incantation while going through the mirror point. Okay. Well, I better rustle up some dessert. Good luck, mortal. You watch the tiger lumber slowly through the thicket. Okay. Bunty boys. Okay, so we got to figure out how to rustle Shorty's feathers. I don't know what that would mean exactly. Shorty knows the incantation for the mirror. MCC says, oh, they're in Queensland. Well, I need to move anyway. There you go. You can simply live outside the Bundaberg plant. Shorten Russell's feathers? No. Ruffle Shorty's feathers. Maybe if we just type rustle feathers, it'll work. And maybe if we click more down here. Okay, that didn't work. Rustle feathers. Oh! Oh! Ah, this game's great. Oh no, come back. Well, goodbye. Okay. The egret picks himself up from the mud and stretches to his full height. He looks down at you and says, "Hey, ruffle my feathers and I'll follow you anywhere." Now, what do you want to know, my little fleshy pigeon? Feeling a bit awkward and wanting to get away as soon as possible, you ask about, Mirror Point, a cinch. I heard the old crone chant the incantation myself. Once something like this. Oh boy, this is great. Lizards, snails, claws, and bats, break this wall and break it fast. It's not essential, but to really be dramatic, say it with enthusiasm and arms outstretched. It looks really scary, Shorty advises. Well, if you're not going to ruffle my feathers anymore, I'll be going. With wings flapping and a goodbye cry, the egret gracefully lifts up over the cypress trees. Okay, we got to write this down. I'm very curious if I need to like type this perfectly. Lizards, comma, snails, comma, claws, comma, and bats, dash, dash. I love how we're still hearing the egret sounds, which I think is simply because you can't change a scene sound programmatically. Break this wall and break it fast. Exclamation point. Okay. It's not essential, but to be really dramatic, say it with enthusiasm and arms outstretched. Okay. Say with enthusiasm and arms outstretched. Feather Shorty's ruffle. Yes, you got it. Perfect. Game Jeff. Hello. Oh, so that's not the Wilhelm scream? No, unfortunately it's not. That would be very funny. But I love this sound. Wilhelm for birds. Yes. I think this should be the Wilhelm for birds. In fact, I mentioned that I was going to add this sound to my stream. I will do that, and I will have it activated with Wilhelm command. Okay. So we need water. I guess we can try to get past the mirror before we deal with the water, probably. I'll definitely save before I do that, just in case. Let's do a save as. I feel like we must be getting very close here. Though for all I know, there's like a whole big chunk of the game in the witch's house or something. But we know how to kill the witch. It seems like we know how to get to her house. So the egret said, Shorty said, to say this with enthusiasm and arms outstretched. I don't know if that's actually like an action I need to take. Hold out arms. Outstretch arms. Okay. I'm just going to type the incantation and we'll see what happens. lizards, snails, and bats, dash dash, break this wall and break it fast. Nice. You did it. Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to go north just one screen to see what happens. I got to save, so it's okay if we suddenly die or something. Gloomy corners. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to keep exploring. Mostly because it seems possible we'll come across the container we need for the water beyond this point. So I think it makes sense to continue exploring before we go all the way back to the front of the house again. Trail splits to the west, with the main trail still heading north and south. Let's go west first. Oh, wait, west? Like, it looks... Oh, no. It looked like it was going off to the east, and yet it said west, so I'm a little confused. You've sloshed your way into the smelliest kind of bogs. You wonder if you hear a laugh from off in the distance. You suspect you're being watched. And it says, uh-oh, quicksand. We're in the quicksand again. That's not great. The question is this just a trap? Like, should we simply not ever come here? You learn the hard way that quicksand bogs are not the happiest of places to visit. Watch the code just looks for a wall. That'd be funny. Game over, man.
Game over, man.
A gruesome death indeed. The legions of the Swamp Witch welcome you to their abode. Death? Okay, where were we? 29? Yeah. Where'd we get all those creaks? That was weird. Oh, as you move along the path, you hear the sound of broken glass under your feet. Interesting. Take glass. Take broken glass. Okay. Seemed worth trying. So let's try north now. Witch's Corners. You are standing at a four-way crossroads. You hear a bell off in the distance. You don't know whether it's a warning or a call to dinner. All paths look ominous and sinister, but the one leading west exudes an even greater sense of gloom and dread. Okay. Oh, culinary. Okay. I'll see what I can do here. Witch's Corners. Go west, my son. I will. I guess I won't bother to save. Let's just go west. Oh, exciting. Moat at Witch's Lair. You stand before a small footbridge stretched across a moat. Behind it, to the west, is the lair of the Swamp Witch, which you see far off in the distance. The terrain looks very barren and desolate. A sense of foreboding pervades your senses. To the north and south are marshy areas. Okay. What's the best way to die here? I guess we'll go north towards the house. Culinary redeemed a coins for Karen. So we're doing our best to die. How do we end up in quicksand? Was the moat just quicksand? You sloshed your way into the smelliest kind of bogs. You wonder if you hear a laugh from off in the distance. You suspect you're being watched. I wonder if she's expecting visitors. I feel like she must be, right? Well, I'm sorry we couldn't get a more interesting death than the one we just had, but I hope you enjoyed it. And he says, you're making very good progress today. I'm using all of my willpower not to use a basement redeem. I mean, you don't have to use your willpower. You can simply do it. I will say I almost turned off the redemption because the one thing I have is a little embarrassing, but I do have it. Do what you will with this knowledge. Okay. Welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. Today's entry is this little container here, which contains what's at the bottom, I wonder. Contains some little umbrellas. Let's look at those first. I don't know why these umbrellas are in here. I guess I just needed somewhere to put them and they fit in there. Who's that? Great question. They're nice little umbrellas, though. Did you check for potentially doxing information? Yes, I did. I'm going to try to cover up the corner, but also I'm not super worried about it if I don't manage to do that. Yeah, they're little like, I feel like you would tend to put them in a drink or whatever. That's a nice one. I like the colors. Again, this isn't really the main event, but they're fun, so I thought I'd share these too. We get them in fried ice cream here. Ooh. I don't think I've ever had fried ice cream. It sounds delicious, but also I can't eat real ice cream, so that complicates things. This one's a little tricky. It's like stuck or something. Trying not to break it. Would order fried ice cream as a kid just to get the umbrellas. Fried ice cream is gross. Is it? Okay. It sounds good, though, to me. No, I think I won't try to open this further. Something is like not right. Culinary says, I love fried ice cream. Auntie Crush says, fried ice cream was a big thing at a specific restaurant whose name I forgot in the 90s. Interesting. Game Dev Jeff says, I remember unfurling the top of the umbrella to get to the Chinese newsprint. Oh, so like this bit here, like there's some actual newsprint used under there is what I'm understanding. Is that correct? I don't know that I've ever done that, but like that type of thing is very fascinating and cool to me. Just like unexpected reuse of materials. Was it Casa Gallardo maybe? I don't know. Maybe it was a little regional chain. Interesting. Silver says, never had fried ice cream, but I'm a weirdo who loves astronaut ice cream. You know, I don't think I've ever had that either. Always heard about it a lot as a kid. It seemed interesting. I always kind of got the impression it's not actually that good, which doesn't seem surprising, but I don't think I ever actually tried any. Some types have tightly rolled newsprint. Neat. Okay, so the main event, I'm not purposely stalling, but maybe a little. Sorry, I'm just going to peek at what else is in here. Okay, yeah, we don't want to show that. There's a bunch of like business cards. Some of this I can show. Oh, speaking of ice cream. What? Sorry, here's a business card. I don't know why I have this. It's for Theodore's Fine Food and Spirits and Ted's Campus Drugs in Ypsilanti. I don't know why I have that one. That's not a familiar business. I said speaking of ice cream because I have, for some reason, a business card for Love and Spoonful in Ann Arbor. Homemade ice cream. Also, I love their phone number, 313-1-CONE. Fantastic. Nice little logo, too. I also have... Oh, this is great. I love this. I love this because it's presented by Verner's. Verner's presents Weezer at Meadowbrook Music Fest. I have a couple of concert tickets in here for some reason, and this is one of them. Verner's is a Michigan favorite. It's a ginger ale or ginger beer, but it's kind of a unique take on it. I really don't know how to describe it, but I've never had a ginger ale that's quite like it. It's very strong and it's very fizzy, but like that doesn't really describe it correctly. I don't know how else to describe it better than that. Also have a ticket for Love Battery at St. Andrews Hall, which is a band I have not listened to in a long time. Most of these are things I will not show. There's so many goodies in here. Okay, so here's the first. Well, I was thinking about saving all these photos for different times, but I've showed most of the stuff in here, so I'll just show it all. I'm gonna save my favorite for last. So let's start with this one. I'm trying to cover up the corner just because it has my graduation year, and you could probably figure that out if you're paying attention closely, but there's no reason to share that if I don't need to. So the main thing in this box are a bunch of graduation photos, and here's one of them. Also, I do want to show that it does say Mikey in the corner. I went by Mikey for a long time, but yeah, that's me in high school. Got some nice corduroy pants on. Yeah. Let's see. Next one is... Oh, boy. This is probably my least favorite one. Actually, no. There's worse than this. But the worst one might not be in here. Got some overalls in this one. Sorry, I'm trying to get you a nice close-up there. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to get it to focus on the watch. So I'm not positive, but I think this is a watch that I liked very much. It was a Goofy watch, and it went backwards. It's too bad you can't really see it, but I'm pretty sure that's the watch that I'm wearing there. I love that watch. I don't know how to explain this. I guess for some reason I feel like being a left-handed person, it particularly appealed to me. And this was my favorite photo. Probably mostly because I'm wearing my Death to the Pixies shirt, which I love very much. And I'm also wearing a skirt that I liked a lot. I I did not wear skirts often. This is the only one I ever had. It was given to me at I don't know how to explain this thing. I went to like a summer camp type of thing one year at EMU in Ypsilanti, and I decided at this camp, it was a very weird, like loosely structured camp for artist types is the best way I can think of to describe it. And everybody had to like pick kind of a project to like work on and then kind of present at the end of the camp. And the thing I decided I was going to work on was learning how to sing and play guitar at the same time. I could already play guitar reasonably okay. And I could sing as well as anybody could. I was not good. I was never good at singing, but I could do it. But it was, tricky to do both at the same time. But I did eventually manage to figure out how to reasonably well play Violent Femmes American music and sing it at the same time. And for my performance, one of the instructors gave me this skirt to wear. And then she let me keep it, and I occasionally wore it. And yeah, it was a good time. So yeah, that's the thing I found in the basement. Thank you very much, M. Zizzy, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. Welcome back. Okay, I got a lot of chat to catch up on. Unsecret Crush said Verner's is like extra spicy ginger ale. Yeah, that's not a bad way to describe it. Jake said, I came back just in time for a Weezer ticket. Yes. Perfect timing. Does Love and Spoonful still exist? I do not know. That's a great question. I would guess that they probably do. Reed's ginger beer is probably my favorite. I'll have to check that one out. I'm a big fan of ginger beer. At one point, I decided that alcoholic ginger beer was the only type of alcohol I had any interest in drinking. I kind of like alcoholic ginger beer, not because I care about it being alcoholic, because it's not as sweet. So it's a little bit of a different experience. And there was this Krabby's ginger beer that I liked a lot, that I am no longer able to find. So at some point I decided, well, I guess maybe I can find like a good, more, less like standard soda ginger ale, a nice quality ginger beer that is non-alcoholic. So far the favorite I've found is Bundaberg, but I'm always happy to try other ones. Ooh, according to localwiki.com, Love and Spoonful is closed. That's a bummer. PTSD and Ticketmaster employee. Yeah, that sounds like a bad job to have, IMO. Ooh, F-Town says, Reed's was my introduction to ginger beer. It's not strong enough for me anymore. Okay. What are those boots? Okay, so those boots were, I for a long time wore Army surplus boots. You can just go to an Army surplus store. Like they at least used to have one in Ann Arbor. And, it's basically like, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's Army surplus. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. But, they had this specific style of boot that I liked a lot and wore for a very, very long time. And reasonably priced, decent quality stuff. Like I would wear those boots for a long time. You could get them rehealed and stuff like that. Which made them last a lot longer. Doc Martens all the way. Yeah, I never actually had any Doc Martens. I think they were too expensive for me, honestly. The Army surplus was a nice, a cheaper option that still looked pretty nice. Thank you, Efton. Puzzle says, now I want to try out Verner's because I love ginger ale. It's like I said, it's definitely like different than a typical ginger ale. But I would definitely recommend trying it if you enjoy varieties of ginger ale. How is that pullover so white? I feel like the photo might have been misleading. It was probably not. It was definitely well worn. Unseen Crush says, was this the length of your hair your dad tried to bribe you to cut, or was it even longer when that happened? So yeah, my dad for a long time said he would pay me $100 to cut my hair. And it was definitely during that time. It was probably longer than that when I eventually gave in. But yeah, it was around there. Clothes look also pristine, really? I feel like that must be a trick of the lighting. Look at that upper lip. We've never seen it. I feel like that's not true. I mean, I've streamed with stubble at least. But yeah, maybe not that clean shaven, I suppose. Looks like a person who knows his way around a Casio. Probably not at the time, actually. Dropped a vintage skincare routine. I did not have a skincare routine. I was a fortunate youth, I think, and maybe not even that fortunate. Maybe I just got lucky on that day. But yeah, I washed my face with whatever soap we had. That's it. I guess maybe sometimes I used like some kind of acne wipes or something. Ooh, Silver says, order astronaut ice cream from Amazon. Fantastic. There's a brand that has both mint chocolate chip, which is my favorite, and banana split, which I didn't know existed. Now I'll see how that ends up. Okay, so now I'm wondering if astronaut ice cream has lactose. If anyone knows, I would be curious. I don't really know, like, is it made with actual dairy at all? Butterscotch root beer is my white whale currently. Haven't been able to find anywhere around here. Oh, Jake, good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you sleep well. You're probably already gone. But thanks again. Two I suggest is ginger people ginger beer and Maine root ginger beer. Okay, I'm taking notes. Ginger people. Maine root. Oh, MZZ says, working for Ticketmaster was rad because I got free tickets to everything. I definitely would not have expected that. That's interesting. Everything else, not so much. Yeah, that part I would expect. Like, that sounds like a bad job to have. Jake said, I also used to shop at Army Surplus. I wore a World War II military coat every day in high school. Colin says, so much of my high school outfit was Army Surplus stuff. I think I had similar paratrooper boots to the ones you had. Yeah, now that you say that, I think those were specifically paratrooper boots. But I have not thought about that in a long time. And so Crush said, I got one of those gray t-shirts that say Army at a surplus store once, and so many people asked me, a 14-year-old girl, if I was actually in the Army. You would think they would ask if, like, your dad was in the Army or something. It was a real soft shirt, though. Nice. Okay. I'm almost caught up. Freeze-dried real ice cream. Okay. Oh, Silver said it's lactose-free. Depends on the brand. Okay. Good. Well, maybe I'll track down a lactose-free option and try that. All right. Well, that was fun. We've had so many fun things to share today. Let's get back to Swamp Witch. Where were we? I died. We're gonna go see if we can find a container now. I think that's the best thing to focus on. Main brands I know of, Astronaut Foods and Munich, contain dairy lactose, though. Okay. Appreciate the info. We got some Breyers brand fake ice cream made with oat milk the other day. It's just like a vanilla. And honestly, I don't know that I've ever had just a vanilla ice cream alternative. Most of them tend to be like flavors, I think probably to, kind of help disguise the fact that it's not real ice cream. But it's surprisingly good. So nice option to have, IMO. Sweep up here and there before putting it away. Like that. Okay. Climb down. Hello, Buffy and Bandit. Can we pet Buffy? Oh, pet dogs. Pet. Terrible. Okay, we want to go south. And then right. And right again. And then click on the door. The hallway is quiet. Okay. On the ground, you see a note, a large sack, a billfold, some fish guts, some coins, a sock, a handkerchief, a cigarettes, some fertilizer, a bowl of water, but no lid, some spray paint, a clothes hanger, and a shovel. So none of that jumps out at me as the item we want. We do have in the background a trash can and a rubbish bin with lids, but I don't think those are items we can pick up. I guess I can try it. Also, it doesn't seem like the best container for water. Oh, the glass jar. The glass jar had a lid. Is that maybe what we want? I think that makes sense. Like it seemed kind of smallish, like it wouldn't hold a lot of water, but it might be enough to kill a witch. And that's maybe the only thing I can think of that we've encountered that had a lid. Where did I leave that fucking glass jar? It's probably in the treehouse. Oh, I missed Culinary saying that astronaut ice cream is made with kelp. Interesting. So maybe there's just a variety of different ways to make it. Let's see. When we go left, I've only had the kelp ones, and they're great. Okay, neat. And then we're going to left again. It's so quiet here without the loon. Climb chair. Hooray, you've done it. Okay. That looks like our jar. Okay. Nothing's better than a Mason brand jar. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So let's climb down. Unsecret Crush said, I always thought it was actual freeze-dried ice cream, but then again, I think I heard they never actually had ice cream on space missions, so it's all a sham anyway. Yeah, I have also heard this, but I don't know. I don't know which thing is true. Culinary says it is freeze-dried ice cream in many cases, as I've discovered. Not north, forward. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Like, my best guess for where to get water is the bathroom here, because we have a sink and a toilet. Fill glass jar. I don't see any glass jar. Maybe it's in your backpack. Okay. Drop glass jar. You no longer have the glass jar. Fill glass jar. You have now filled the glass jar with water. Very good. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Dad. You now have the jar of water. The jar of water sloshes around a bit, but it'll be all right back there. Okay, thank you for reassuring me. I appreciate that. Let's save. We're up to 30 now. We're ready to kill the witch now. Which, again, I still want a version of this game where we play as or are friends with the swamp witch. But in this one, we gotta kill her, I guess. Let's see, we're going back again. Cosmic Void, hello, good to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Culinary says, I was going to ask why the toilet is so short. This is probably the kids' bathroom. Yeah, also that's probably just the art that he happened to grab for a toilet. Murder is for kids-friendly games, it seems. Yeah, I mean, he did say that this is kind of like a PG-13 type of game. So. There's that loon we love so much. Okay. Do you think I could... I'm going to try taking the lantern now. I feel like it's probably not useful. But let's see what happens. The kids were like tween teen, right? Yeah, like... I'm pretty sure at least one of them was 12. I can't remember if the other was younger or older than that. Murdered alligator is my least favorite part of the game. Okay, drop broom. And let's see if we can fly. Ah, it worked. Interesting. So I kind of suspect that once you've used the broom the first time, it just no longer has that inventory restriction, is my guess. Emmy, is the alligator getting revenge now with a hatchet? Let's support this. So we still haven't found the witch. So we still have some things we need to figure out here. But at least we're prepared. And it seems like there's maybe multiple paths that wind us up in the quicksand now. Oh my gosh, Maple Mystery. Hello. Maple Mystery and 42 friends. Welcome, welcome. I hope y'all are doing great. You picked a great day to raid because I got my bucket shirt on. I hope your stream was wonderful. If anyone is not following Maple Mystery, y'all should get on that. Wonderful streamer working on a game called The Crimson Diamond, which is inspired by The Colonel's Bequest, which is might be my favorite Sierra game. It's a very good game. And Crimson Diamond looks fantastic. There's a demo out that you can check out if you're interested. And I would recommend it. I'm Robot Spacer, if anyone is new here. We're playing a game called Swamp Witch, which was created somewhere in the mid-'80s in a program called World Builder, which I have been using on my Friday streams to create my own game, along with help from all the wonderful folks in chat, which has been a lot of fun. We've made a lot of progress in this game. It's delightful. It was made by a man named Jim Thompson. He originally made it for his kids, and it stars his kids. And then he later released it as shareware. And it's very charming. It's, it has all the charm you'd expect of a game put together by a dad for his kids. It's very well done. There's lots of art taken from other games and clip art and stuff like that, but there's also a lot of original art as well. I'm pretty sure all these forest scenes are hand drawn by him. But hello, Mousimus, Gunducky, Goemon Sama, Eden Waith again. Great to see you all. Thanks for the shout out, and thanks so much for buying Bucket Shirt. You're welcome. A very, very good purchase. Just catching up on chat here. Okay. I think I saw everything. All right. So we're getting close to the witch's house, I guess. And we've learned how to kill the witch, which is pretty much how they do it in Wizard of Oz. And we now have a jar of water, so we're prepared to defeat the witch at any moment. But we still have to find her. We have not found her yet. This room had a magic mirror we had to figure out the incantation to destroy. Let's save. So this trail, I tried going east here, but then realized that the text is saying this trail splits to the west. So let's see if we can go west. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I think that's just a typo, or I don't know, it's confusing. But to the east is just some quicksand, and I think all you can do there is die. You're standing at a four-way crossroads. You hear a bell off in the distance. You don't know whether it's a warning or a call to dinner. All paths look ominous and sinister, but the one leading west exudes an even greater sense of gloom and dread. So we have discovered that to the west is what I'm fairly sure is the witch's house. Let's check out the other directions first here. I'm going to save again. I won't be surprised if at least one of these is more quicksand. Unsecret Crush says that bell sounds so much like the clock in The Last Unicorn. Interesting. You see still standing brackish water for as far as the eye can see. The only safe-looking route is the one from whence you came. Okay, so we're in Swamp Lake here. I'm going to experiment a little here, just for fun. Try to go south. You grope with your toes along the squishy bottom of the swamp, but decide that the risk for quicksand is too great in that direction. Same with east. Same with north. Okay. Killing witches, such patriarchy. Yeah, so two things about that. One is that Jim Thompson made a version for his son, Tony, which is the one we're playing, and is as far as I can tell, the only one that was released as shareware. He also made a version starring his daughter, Melissa, which personally I would love to see that version. It does have, in addition to changing the character, like some personal like details are incorporated throughout the game. So I'd love to see that version of the game. I also very much want a version of this game where we either play as the Swamp Witch or at least are friends with the Swamp Witch. I think that would be at least a good sequel, maybe even better. Swamp Pit. You found the Swamp Pit. The bottom rim of the pit seems firm enough in places. The surrounding undergrowth is fairly dense. You discover that you can move around if you're careful. Okay, so let's see if we can go anywhere. The text certainly suggests that we want to try going somewhere. Oh, what? That was interesting. Somewhere in Swamp Pit. You are slightly disoriented and wonder if you're lost. This part of the Swamp Pit looks just like the one before. Interesting. Can't go north or south. Ooh, we can go east. Elsewhere in Swamp Pit, except for the floating skull, this part of the Swamp Pit looks just like the one before. You wonder if you're being watched. Okay. Like, oh, we can still go east. Interesting. Nowhere in Swamp Pit. There's got to be something here, right? Otherwise, why let us move around so much in this area? You're definitely disoriented and wonder if you're lost. This part of the Swamp Pit looks just like the one before. You hear a buzzing sound around your ear and slap at it. It's a mosquito as big as your palm. Yuck! Oh, God. NK says the walkthrough literally tells you here to figure it out. It's not hard. That walkthrough makes some interesting choices. South. Thanks, Dad. You are still disoriented and wonder if you're lost. This part of the Swamp Pit looks and smells just like the one before. You conclude swamp water can't really smell as bad as this swamp water does. Yeah, he is a dad. He's very much a dad. Oh my God. The dad energy in the README file. Place in Swamp Pit. I'm just going to leave my keyboard up here while I map this out. And said walkthrough is very Beans dad. Yeah. Okay. East. Okay, we can go east. No place in Swamp Pit. Okay. Oh, this is very... This is kind of twisty little maze, isn't it? I'm just the way these rooms are named reminds me a little bit of the Maze All Different in Colossal Cave Adventure, where there's just these, you know, subtle variations in the names of the rooms to tell them apart. I don't know if it mechanically works anything like that. It seems, well, let's test this a little. If I go back west. Okay, so yeah, I'm back. I'm back where I came from. So I think the navigation is normal. Are we at wit's end yet? I hope not. You still wonder if you're being watched. I should start putting X's for directions we can't go, so I can keep track of how well I've mapped things out. Definitely no place in Swamp Pit. You appear to be unable to go any further in this section of the swamp pits. The bottom is just too mushy. To double check, you grope with your toes along the mushy bottom of the swamp. Yep, definitely too dangerous. Okay. So that's all directions are closed off, except for where we came from, back west. So let's try north here. Can't go north. So back west again. And let's try south here. Can't go south. But west. Can't go west. So this whole thing is just a dead end? I'm a little skeptical, and I wonder if maybe I missed something over that way. East. Can't go east here. North. Can go north, which is a bummer because I'm out of room. Where in Swamp Pit? Seeing another skull, you decide that this part of the Swamp Pit is not your cup of tea. A dad and... Okay, hopefully this is... Okay, can't go north. Can still go east. Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that. Here in Swamp Pit, you're now worried about other things than about getting lost. You feel like wild animals are all around you. North? Oh no. Okay, I need more paper. I've run out of room. You decide that you're really getting tired. The sudden sound of crickets chirping make you think of home. You're very tempted to go back. Okay. Good news, I have more paper. Okay, let's try north again. Can't go north. Wait. Oh, my mistake. It's not actually the room we're in. We're in there. Okay. So can't go north. East. Uh-oh. Oh, quicksand. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and revert. So at least we're making progress mapping things out here. So now we're back at Swamp Lake. Okay. So let's go west. Good night, 6-7. Thanks so much for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. Here's Swamp Pit. Let's try north from here. Okay. And then west. Can't go west. So east is the only way we can go from here. Let's try south. Nope. North. Nope. East. South. Nope. North. Nope. East. So now we're in nowhere. Okay. So we're going to go north here. And that will take us to where? Which is here. North, can't go north. West, okay, we can go west. You remain disoriented. This part of the swamp pit looks just like the one before. And this is still... Oh, we can go south? That's unexpected. Oh! That took me back to swamp pit. Interesting. So we were here, and going south warped us back to here. That's the first kind of unexpected navigation we've had. Elsewhere, nowhere. I want to go back to Still. I don't think I tried going west from Still. Okay, can't go west. And can't go north. Okay. Okay, so now we want to go back to... I just want to double check we can't go north here. Okay. So we should be in here. Did I try east from here? No. Ooh. Quicksand. Okay. Let's revert again. And this time, I think when I get to here, I will do another save, since we seem to be running into more and more fatal dead ends. I feel like we're making progress. This seems like it's basically just a straightforward maze that I feel like Dad was probably thinking, you just got to draw a map. And if you draw a map, it's not that hard. It's a little tedious is all. Oh, that was the egret sound again. Oh. Whoops. I bumped my stream deck. It's a little crowded on this desk. It's a little very crowded. Okay. Somewhere. Elsewhere. Nowhere. North. To where? East. To here. And we'll do a save as Swamp Pit. Okay. Silver, good night. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Okay. North should take us to there. We don't want to go east. We can't go north. So hopefully west is something useful. Bingo! Your eyes glow with satisfaction at seeing the object of your patient quest. You wonder if all your stuff is intact. There's our beautiful Alfred E. Newman backpack. Fucking love it. You strap on your pack, Alfred smiles broadly, and you throw the temporary one you made earlier aside. Fantastic. You're now wearing the coat. Hey, this coat looks familiar. I think we might have seen that in the game Deja Vu. Also, I like that the screen is just named Bingo. Which, if you're a fan of Tim Rogers, there's, God, what game is that? What game is the Bingo from? But there's a sound he loves to play that's just burned into my brain. Bingo. I had to explain who that was to a few people when I streamed this. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's save. I assume we're done here, but let's check the other directions. South, west, north. Not ready for a world that doesn't know Mad Magazine. Yeah. I was not an avid reader of Mad Magazine or anything, but like it's definitely like it's, you know, I was always aware of it and I read it occasionally, and it's just such a thing. Maple Mystery says, "Oh, I love Tim Rogers videos." Yeah, they're great. The Tokimeki Memorial video is absolutely my favorite. Don't know what game it's from, but he used it a lot in the Tokimeki Memorial video. Yeah. Suggestions to read up on the history of Mad. It's madness. Interesting. Okay, so we're making our way back now. So a thing I keep thinking is that this background texture is the same in every screen. And I think what's going on, why it disappears briefly when we're moving around, is that it's actually moving the object that has this pattern between each section of the swamp, which you probably just did to, you know, save some disk space and not have to, you know, have many different copies of that same texture. It's just kind of interesting thing to notice. Watch that video more than once. Yeah, same. Here, I think we want to go south. No, actually. Let's save. Did I ever try going south from here? Ah, quicksand. And that's why I saved. Okay, we have fully mapped out the swamp pits. Fantastic. Let's see. So if I go west again here, I can go south, and that's a little bit of a shortcut back to the start. Pro strats. Important speed run maneuvers. Okay, so we're at the beginning of swamp pit. Let's save again. And now we want to go south. Gomon Sama says, funny, I was looking at Kurtzman's covers for the early Mad comics earlier. He did beautiful watercolor studies for each one. Nice. Okay. So we're at Witch's Corners again here. North was the swamp pit where we just came from. East was the swamp lake, which I think is just a dead end. And then west, as we learned a bit earlier, is heading to the witch's house. Okay, moat at Witch's Lair. So when I was here earlier, I tried going north and we ended up in quicksand. And now I see it says to the north and south are marshy areas. But like there's also a bridge. Maybe we need to type, you know, cross bridge or something like that. Okay. I just saved, but I want to have an accurate label here. Okay, I need a quick break. I will be back in just a couple minutes. Okay. You stand before a small footbridge stretched, that's backwards, across a moat. Behind it, to the west, is the lair of the swamp witch, which you see far off in the distance. The terrain looks very barren and desolate. A sense of foreboding pervades your senses. To the north and south are marshy areas. Okay, so I assume I'm gonna do it just to find out, but I assume south is gonna get us in the quicksand again. Yeah. I'm just gonna do a little skull for quicksand. So does that mean we could go west? Ooh. Oh. 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 Oh, no. So this guy is at the top of the README file. And yet, for some reason, I have never at one point while playing this game thought, hey, I wonder when that dragon's going to show up. Is that good? I don't think it's good. It could be a friendly dragon. Quick, throw a tiny bird at it. I don't have the egret left. We don't have any birds. We still haven't found. Maybe we need to find the loon and throw that at the dragon. A horrendously ugly guardian serpent appears from the moat to bar your way. You wonder if he will allow you passage, since you doubt if your weapons would do any good. Colinair, hello. Good to see you. I hope you are doing all right. Thank you for the loon, Efton. Let's try talking. Throws a loon at the dragon. Oh, that doesn't sound good. The guardian serpent loses patience with your idleness. He lunges forth, grabs you between his huge jaws. Oh, tosses. He fucked us up real good is what happened there. Okay. How do we deal? Nobody warned us about a dragon. How am I supposed to deal with this? No Wilhelm yet. Next time. Oh my gosh. Neji GG. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Neji. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. What are we all up to? Assassin's Creed Origins. Nice. I hope you had a nice time in Assassin's Creed. Thank you for stopping by. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing a game called Swamp Witch, which was a game released in the 80s created using a program called World Builder, which was released by Silicon Beach Software for folks to make little point-and-click adventure games in. And I've actually been making a game on my Friday streams in World Builder. This was made by a dad for his tween children, and it's been a lot of fun. We're getting close to the end here, I think. If I've learned anything from FromSoft games, you should attack the dragon's legs. Okay, I'll try that. I like how the dragon kind of appears a little bit at a time here. I guess that's its tail that's popping up first. I wonder if he will allow you passage since you doubt your weapons would do any good. I feel like the game often gives you a little bit of a hint, especially at the end of a description like that. So I think, it seems like the very clear thing it's telling us here is we don't want to fight it. maybe we need to offer it something, but we are going to attack the legs. What? Oh. Oh, we can aim. This is like a standard world builder thing. Aim legs? Is that an option? Please aim for the head, chest, or side. Oh, we can't attack the legs. Bummer. Aim head. Let's try that. Swing fist. There's no one to fight. I think the evil cat is the only enemy in this game that's programmed in like the standard world builder way. So that's why it's saying there's no one to fight. This is kind of programmed in as an object with code to deal with how you fight it. Okay. Do I have anything? A lit lantern and a jar of water. We tried talking to the dragon. That didn't work. What else could we try? Attack the wall of ass. It's probably not going to understand that. Oh, I should try clicking on it to see what happens. Nothing. Okay. That was helpful in making progress with all the animals we found in the forest, so I was hoping we might get something here. What happens if I just try crossing the bridge? It tears you limb from limb as you stand idly by.
Game over, man.
Guardian Serpent does not want you to cross the bridge. Throw the water at the dragon King's Quest style. Though the water is specifically for defeating the witch. Like, I did think of that, but it seems unlikely that it would work on the dragon. I mean, I can try it to see what happens. We met a friendly ape. Oh, what was the ape's name? Herman. An ape, Herman. We gave him some sunglasses, and then he told us how to kill the witch. It was very helpful. We made a lot of friends in the forest. I kind of miss it. It makes a lot of adventure game sense. It really does. Throw water at dragon. Oh, that sounds bad. Tosses your limp form into the air and gobbles you
Game
whole.
over, man.
I'm just kind of trying to think of anything we've encountered in the game that could possibly help here. The one thing that came to mind is the amulet, which we no longer have. I don't remember what information we were ever given about the amulet. I don't know if it's an item that could only help us with the Swamp Devil, or if it's a more generalized magic item that might protect us here somehow. We also, there's that huge sword we used to kill the Swamp Devil. I have no idea if that might work here, but that's kind of all I can think of. So I guess we'll head back. There's a couple areas where we stashed a lot of items. So we'll go back to those two areas and look over what we have and see if anything seems worth trying. I'm also trying to think, like, I'm pretty sure that everywhere we've been, like, we've mapped everything out in all directions. I can't think of any areas where it seems like we left anything unfinished. Let's take a quick look at the maps here. This is the Enchanted Forest. So we're right here now. This is all swamp pits. We had the egret over here. What did the egret tell us? It's the wrong game. Okay, yeah, the egret told us how to get past the mirror. The egret told us how to get past the mirror. The tiger just told us about the egret and the ape, and then the ape told us how to kill the witch. So yeah, like all this, we've explored all this and done everything that seems like, you know, something to do. I do kind of wonder about the haunted hollow. Like there's that big log and the ghost sound. Like I don't know if there's necessarily anything to do there or if it's just trying to be a little spooky. There's my very tiny map of the swamp. And then here's the house area. And yeah, I think we pretty much explored everywhere there as well. So, here we have a lighter, an amulet. We definitely want the amulet. And the sword. That enormous sword. The amulet warmly glows as soon as you touch it. You sure are glad you took care of that pesky swamp devil. Swamp devil may be recovered by now, though. You better be ready. I keep trying to click on the sword. Think there's no way he could recover, huh? Well, you underestimate the dark powers of the swamp witch. Beware. Quote, adventure game sense. Yeah. I'm curious if this... Okay. We finally got through all those warning messages and I was able to pick up the sword. I'm really curious if the swamp devil could come back to life at this point. Let's pick up our lighter and toilet paper if we can. Okay. We have our toilet paper. We're now ready for all contingencies. You can boldly go where no man dared go before. Great. So now I'm trying to decide, should we take our amulet and sword and see if we can use those on the dragon? Or should I go back to the front of the house where the rest of our many items are and see if there's anything there that might help? I think I'm going to save here. And we'll go back to the dragon. And if we're unsuccessful, then we can come directly back here. Does the gun have... You can check the chamber. Hi.
Checking for dishes.
Oh, I don't have any.
Okay.
You can check the chamber to ensure that there's enough live rounds to last the adventure. What if we just have to shoot the dragon? Be a little ridiculous, but maybe. Look in chamber? Chamber, yeah, sure. What if we just do inventory? check pistol. I feel like I did this before, but I can't remember how to do it now. Adventure gun sense. I guess I'll just, we'll take it and we'll see if it works. Hopefully now that I have a ton of stuff, I can still use the broom. Oh, too much stuff. Okay. Shit. Now I'm wondering if there's certain things you're not allowed to take on the broom. Is that how it works? Drop roll of toilet paper. I think it ignored that. Okay. Oh, the pack. We have the pack again. I think that's the problem. That's kind of interesting. And I also like we were able to recover that, but is that a thing we necessarily need? Goodbye again, Alfred E. Newman. We'll see you again soon. At least we know how to get it back, so. Okay. So we were able to take all our items, just not the pack. Oh, wait, what? Oh. So all I have now is the amulet. Did I lose everything else that was in the pack? That's interesting. So if I go to where we recovered the pack, will all our other items be there? I hope so. Oops, not north. Just a reminder that is meant to be the sound of stepping on shards of glass. Okay, back to the swamp pits. First to somewhere. Whoops. Elsewhere. Nowhere. North to where? East to here. North to there. Okay. And west to bingo.
Oofta.
Thank you for the oofta. I was very confused for a second. Okay, so all our stuff is here. Great. So now we know how to get more items here. Although, I almost wonder, like, if I just didn't pick up the Alfred E. Newman backpack, could I go back and forth more easily with all my items? It almost kind of seems that way. What is this down here? Oh, the toilet paper. I can't just abandon my Alfred E. Newman backpack, though, right? Seems important. Okay. East. South. West. West. And south should take us back to the start. Okay. So I'm going to do a save as. Moat with stuff. I meant to change the number, but that's okay. Okay, so now we have some options to try at least. I feel like I don't feel confident at all. Like, it seems so unlikely to me that the same solution for dealing with the swamp devil would work here. And yet the game has given me nothing to figure out how to deal with this. I should try clicking on, like, it's animating in different pieces, so I should try clicking on individual parts. Okay. Okay, so let's try rub amulet. Nope.
Game over, man.
I think I want to keep track of things we've tried. Amulet, rub. What else did I try already? Talk to serpent did not work. I'm not going to bother to worry about writing down the jokier things we tried, like attacking the legs. We tried throwing the water at it. I think I specifically said water. Once again, I am willing to accept ideas from anyone that has not played the game. I don't want to know the solution yet, but if anyone has any interesting ideas, I'm all for that. Okay, so this time I'm just gonna try swinging the sword. I do not remotely expect that to work. I think I'll do. I don't know. Let's do a separate save, just so I can quickly go back and try the pistol as well. Shoot. Going too fast. Serpent. Oh, it doesn't even understand that. Interesting. Shoot pistol made it mad.
Game over, man.
Sorry about the beeps. Oh, my monkey back. Thank you. So, shoot pistol didn't work. And now we're going to try swing sword. Oh! You thrust and parry with confidence, knowing that right is on your side. With the flair of the true adventurer you are, you sink the blade of the magic sword deep into the serpent's tail with vengeance. Your sword slices off the creature's left arm. In agony, the wounded beast slithers away into the dark refuge of the moat. Absolutely did not expect that to work. Okay. Serpent defeated. Real world sense? Yeah, I guess so, huh? It's such a straightforward solution. Cross bridge. As you move across the footbridge, its old timbers creak with age. Oh, I love this house. The terrain looks very barren and desolate. A sense of foreboding comes over you. I think we're very close here. Oh, east is back where we came. Okay. My mistake. North. Oh. South is quicksand. Okay. North didn't do anything, but I think that was just the thing where it sometimes ignores your commands, maybe? Okay. Oh, quicksand again? Oh, right. This game won't let you go indoors by using a direction. You have to, like, click on it or type something specific. Answer your question says, hey, weird question. Is it possible your iPad getting a notification would buzz the desk, which would get picked up by the microphone, or am I hearing phantom phone notifications? I think there's just some wobbling sometimes happening. I've had to, like, move the keyboard around a lot. I don't think anything is actually buzzing, but apologies if there are annoying noises happening. It's been hard to update my map and keep the keyboard in a good spot. Okay. So yeah, I think we just need to click on the door or type open door or something like that. I hope. Okay, it's not working. Open door. What? Huh. What am I supposed to do here? Let's see. East was back where we came. Did I try west? Oh. Oh. Unexpected. A strange sight meets your eyes. A beautiful girl with wings, looking a bit like Walt Disney's Tinkerbell, sits in the path before you. Hello, mortal. My name is Samantha. I am a sprite of the woods and have been waiting for you for a long, long time. I saw you overpower the witch's serpent, so I realized that you must be the savior of the enchanted forest which was prophesied a millennium ago. If you come to battle the witch, then I will help you. That is, if you are who I've been searching for. Yeah, Emmy's thinking the same thing as me. If you can slay her, then you must be good and pure of heart. You also must possess the magic amulet. If you'll but show it to me, and I'll know you are who we hope you are. Good evening, Arabello. Good to see you. These days, it clearly read like a scam. Yeah. Maple Mystery asks, does his daughter's version get a hot man fairy? Great question. Booty shorts man fairy. I like that. So, do we have the amulet? I think I do. Yeah. Like, we gotta try it, right? Like, we know it's a trick, right? But I think we should try it, is what I'm thinking. That looks like it, she says thoughtfully. If you'll but drop it on the ground, then I can inspect it to make sure. Will you drop it? Yes, no, spell out. Definitely, 100%. Like, this makes it very, very clear we do not want to do this, but we're going to do it just to see. As soon as you drop the amulet, thank you, Kyle, a large cloud of smoke appears. Wonderful. You've been duped by the swamp witch. She now has the amulet, so you are powerless. All this for nothing. You're such a sucker. Worth it. Also, thank you, Kyle and Air, for the coins for care and redemption. I hope you enjoyed your death. What a shocking twist. No one could have seen this coming. Okay. So I'm gonna show her the amulet and then say no. You're such a sucker, father wrote to his son. Yeah, he sure did. Oh, do we need to... Oh no, is the game broken? Sometimes saving in a world builder game can kind of do some unexpected things. Talk. Yeah, I think something's messed up here. Let's go back to a different save. What the heck did I do to get her to appear? I do not remember. I was trying a bunch of different things. Oh, right. I went west. Again? There we go. Okay, great. So I'm going to show her the amulet, and then I'm going to say no. My thought is maybe we need to get her into her witch form. Like, maybe this will make her mad. Nice. Okay, scroll up. Oh. The former fairy beauty turns into her true form, the wily swamp witch. Strange, but she reminds you of the serpent. Bet her tail is also the worse for wear. How you disappoint me, mortal. You could have made yours an easy death. Now, for your intrusion and impudence, and for the loss of my limb, I shall watch you die slow and painful. Come to me, my delicious fleshy morsel. Okay. So she wanted the amulet, so I feel like we need to rub the amulet, right? A cloud-like luminescent halo encircles the amulet while it softly vibrates against your body. Then it stops. Maybe there's no swamp devils around. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking this was just a swamp devil amulet, but throw water on witch. Oh. Love the animation. You did it? A happy ending. Dad, attaboy, Tony, you've rescued your mother and me, and now you've showed us how to get home. The world is safe again. Thanks, Tony. Tony, think nothing of it, Dad. It's just another day in the life of an adventurous kid. Blub, blub, blub. Oh, and the Buffy and Bandit, was it Bandit? The dogs are here as well. I love it. So this is the developer, Jim Thompson, and his wife. And that's Tony in the middle. You get to see the whole family. That's great. Thank you for the GGs. That was great. I love it. I hope I hear back from the developer to get more information. Oh, right. Ann K said that we should check out the walkthrough file. So there's some interesting info in there. It's very wholesome. Okay, first I want to look at these maps. It came with some nice little Mac Paint maps, and I just want to see the developers' interpretation of how this all is laid out. Swamp Witch map, part 1. So here's the house, which is pretty much how I had drawn it, just like the sizes of things are probably more realistic to the size of things in their actual house. The pool house. 2 Enchanted Swamp. Okay, so this is like the front of the house. End of cul-de-sac, Jane Road, Cusada, Alabama. Wonderful. Now you gotta play Trev to the Rescue to balance it out. I do. So Trev to the Rescue is, correct me if any of this is wrong, it's an Australian game that is also made by a parent for their children. And I love that, so I definitely want to check it out. I don't think it's a horror type of game, so that'll probably be a Friday game. But I do want to do that in the near future. It sounds like fun. Trev to the Rescue! Personally, I'm waiting for a Robot Space or Elden Ring stream because I mistakenly assumed he exclusively played point and clicks. I definitely will not do an Elden Ring stream. I put 120 hours into Elden Ring, and I enjoyed it, but then it got too hard for me. I don't know if I'll ever get back to it. I would like to, but it's such an enormous game and takes up so much time. It's somewhat cursed. Okay, interesting. But would you say that it is spooky? I guess is the ultimate question. Is it spooky? To Swamp Pit Maze. Okay, so this is the very end of the game, and this is all very much like I drew it. It's interesting that the Swamp Pit, he wouldn't even give you a map of the Swamp Pit Maze. You just got to do it all on your own. The developer named his two games after his 2 kids, Trev and Dan. That's fantastic. Verdant Tree, hello. It goes pretty well. We just defeated the Swamp Witch, and I fucking love this game. It's really good. Currently, we're just checking out some files here that we didn't want to check out for fear of spoilers. Ann K says there's some interesting tidbits in this walkthrough, so I'll give you a shout out, Verdant Tree. Okay. So we looked at this before at one point, just to kind of check if I was missing anything at a certain point in the game. But then the walkthrough is like, You know how to do this part. You figure it out. It's not that hard, which is hilarious. I think that was about halfway through the walkthrough. Note, due to all the graphics in the scene is rather slow. Be patient. Good note. While you're here, you may as well take a dip. Click on diving board, then the pool itself. Interesting. I do like that there's occasionally little notes about things you can do that aren't important. Explore here all you like. Left for playroom. Now enter the pool house door. Explore here all you like. You may need to use the facilities. The Great Treehouse Mystery. Getting up that tree is a major problem. It leads you to the swamp. How are you going to do it? Oh, after a certain number of attempts, you'll automatically get a hint. That's interesting. It relates to the toilet monsters now hiding at various places throughout the neighborhood. Then it gives you the exact steps. Oh, we got an unfortunate slur. That's too bad. Rest of the adventure is yours to figure out. Okay, just kidding. Got it. Verdant Tree says, man, there's such a wealth of early PC and Mac games. I just had no idea existed. Yeah, there's so much stuff. Like, it's wild to think about how, like, I grew up playing Mac games, and I certainly spent a lot of time playing Mac games, but like, I did not play that. Like, I maybe played a dozen games that are like, this type of game. And then, maybe another couple dozen, like, just, silly little shareware games that are just, more arcadey type of stuff. But yeah, there's so much. It's wild. Like, even just like world builder games alone, there's dozens. Like, I feel like I saw someone say there's over 100 world builder games, which I definitely haven't come across that many, but I'm sure they're out there. Can I recommend Fluffy's Adventure? I mean, anybody can always recommend any games, but I will check it out. Thank you. I feel like I've heard you mention that before. I don't remember if I ever looked it up. In cases I played far too many. Verdant Tree says, I imagine so many of them only appeared in certain circles given the nature of shareware. Yeah, I've mentioned a couple of times. Let me go grab it again. Hold on. So this company EduCorp is how we got a lot of our shareware. We didn't have any way to dial up a BBS or whatever. So this was a great way. Like, this company basically, they would copy stuff onto a disk for you and send it out for, a reasonable fee, I think. They charged you based on like how many disks you bought. So if you bought a bunch of stuff, you would get a discount. And they have these catalogs. There's just like a list of all the stuff you could order from them. And this is where I am pretty sure I saw the title screen of Swamp Witch at some point. Because when I saw it more recently, I was like, I have absolutely seen this screen before, like many, many times. Unfortunately, it does not appear in either of the catalogs I still have. But yeah, this is how I got a lot of stuff. Also, my dad occasionally would just come home with a disc of stuff. So like, I assume he had, friends at work that, also had Macs and would copy some stuff onto a disc for him. Oh, yes, we do have a Discord channel for game suggestions. Thank you. My only problem is finding a lot of the old Mac games I loved as a kid because many of them are not properly archived and now lost forever. Oh, that's a bummer. Um, yeah. Shoot. There was something. There was like one thing I think that I've come across that I was like, I remember it and have not been able to find it anywhere yet. I can't think of what it is offhand. Most stuff that I, remember, I've been able to dig up, whether it's on my own floppy disks or, just finding it online. And speaking of which, a stream, I don't know exactly when it'll be yet, but I've been very excited about it. I wanted to wait until my brother and his family went back home. But that will be tomorrow. So in the near future, I'm going to have a stream where I share some of my own games that I made. I think I made them all when I was about 12 or so. And there's two playable games and one that's like a demo that's just like animated, and it's got like this detailed like walkthrough of how the game would work if I had ever actually made it. But I was finally able to very recently recover those from floppy disks, and I'm so glad because I was so sure that stuff was just lost forever. But that will be coming up in the near future, probably in the next couple of weeks or so. Verntree says, wow, I never even thought about it being distributed legally. I always assumed the shareware thing was primarily piracy. Oh, so yeah, like shareware, like the whole idea was like, you're meant to share it. You're 100% meant to like, make copies of it, give them to people, pass it around. And then, there's always like a README file or, about screen in the game that says, hey, if you like this, just send us, $5 or, whatever the amount they thought was reasonable is. And, that's how you pay for the game. So, yeah. Maximus says, hype. I wish I had my creations from when I was a kid all lost. Oh, that's a bummer. Oops. Oh, and cases, all the little hypercard games I made are super lost to time. That's a bummer. I definitely lost some amount of stuff, but like the stuff I was able to recover recently, those are like the things like that I just have really strong memories of, and am so glad that I was able to finally dig up. I had to buy a whole Mac Plus in order to do it, but it was absolutely worthwhile. NK, if you want to point out the stuff that you thought was interesting, was it just the little bits about things you can try? Search any hollow logs you stumble across. Okay. Interesting. Deal with the alligator with one of your weapons. Is it fun to be eaten by him? Why not give it a try after saving the game? Be sure to follow the tigers. Click on him and make him talk. Instructions in order to get the egret to tell you how to get past Mirror Point. If the ape won't talk, try talking to him. I think that's right. It's been a while since I've played my game. That's great. Swamp Pit Maze isn't really that complicated. Map it out and you'll get your stuff back, including your backpack. Have fun. For more hints, call Jim Thompson. I love that he's like, just call me if you need a hint. This is not his current phone number, but he has shared his current number online. If I don't hear back from him, I might be a little tempted to call. We'll see. I'm very much not a phone calls person. Oops. But that shouldn't be necessary. Why not call me anyway, just to tell me how it's going? The rest should be easy. Little bits in the P.O. box and all the neighbors' info and just his quirky, witty humor. Yeah. Keep reading alligator as alleged gator, or as if he's going to recite an allegory. Maybe that's what he was going for. But yeah, the consistent misspelling of alligator is funny to me. Please record the call in case it goes well. I will if I do, with permission, of course. Imagine wanting strangers to call you. Yeah, I cannot imagine. Imagine wanting anyone to call you. Well, that was great. I do need to wrap up soon, but I have a little more time. And a thing I have decided I would like to do I recently got this book, 50 Years of Text Games. And we did a whole stream on it. I read the Hitchhiker's Guide chapter. We played, I got a very fancy collector's edition that included an entire text game. So we played through that on stream. And that was fantastic. The book and the game are both by Aaron A. Reed. And the game is called You Are Standing. Unfortunately, if you didn't get the collector's edition, I don't think there's any way you can play the game. But you can go watch my VOD if it's of interest. But I really enjoyed reading the Hitchhiker's Guide chapter on stream. So I was thinking just occasionally if I have some extra time, maybe we'll read another chapter of that. Once I streamed a party I was at, and some dude I met asked me to post his number in chat. I wonder if anyone called him. That's great. Mousema says, alligator, noun. An alligator is an alleger, someone who alleges, who claims something to be true, especially if the claim lacks proof. Oh, so that's a real word. That's fascinating. Very, very interesting. Excuse me, I'm trying to get my book. It's a very big, heavy book. Okay, so here's the book. 50 Years of Text Games. Emmy, since you're here, I thought you might be interested in the chapter on the check game, which I'm also curious about. Especially since I saw on the website a comment that the reason this text game was made was because there's apparently a way to kind of get around the censorship issues while Czechoslovakia was occupied by Russia, which I thought was really interesting. Just like, I guess they just weren't really looking at things like text adventure games. Hello, yeah. Taco Adventure. Thank you so much for stopping by. Unfortunately, you have missed all of Swamp Witch, but we are going to read a chapter of 50 Years of Text Games, which is a fantastic book. What we all playing? Reading a book about that at the moment. Nice. Hello, Finkelroy6. How are the shrieking corpses? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's find the chapter we're after here. So this game is called Prestavba from 1988, page 221. I don't really know how long it'll take to read this. I've got about half an hour, so hopefully we can get through it. Just trying to rearrange things here. I wish my desk was bigger. Okay. Prestavba, Perestroika. I'll probably pronounce a lot of things very poorly here. Miroslav Fiedler as UV Software. So that's the developer. Style, parser. Debuted July or August 1988 on hand-distributed cassette. Launch platform ZX Spectrum. Language, basic. Code, Czech. Text. Through this one, we have a lot of things are split up with the original text and then a translated English version. So I will not attempt to read the Czech. I will just read the English version. Central Committee Software, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the liberation of Czechoslovakia by Warsaw Pact armies, would like to offer a conversational puzzle game, Perestroika, program for experimental revolutionary socialist tripe by obvious illiterates and kooky authors. Okay, so Prestavba is the acronym for the original Czech title. On August 21st, 1968, the Soviet Union sent 500,000 Warsaw Pact troops into Czechoslovakia, bringing an end to a reform movement known as the Prague Spring. The fellow communist country had aimed to increase freedom of the press, allow for multiple political parties, and soften a Soviet-inspired system into a more modern and liberal democratic socialism. But to the Soviets, this was unacceptable, an erosion of their dominance over the Eastern Bloc, and thus their position in the global Cold War. They responded with one of the most aggressive military actions post-war Europe had seen. Troops occupied major cities, dissenters were beaten, jailed, or killed, and hundreds of thousands of Czechs and Slovaks fled. A new loyalist government was installed, reversing the Prague Spring reforms and making Czechoslovakia one of the region's most dogmatic and conservative regimes, ushering in an era in which conformity was valued above all else. The story of how the invasion relates to the history of computer games is a surprisingly complex one that ripples through decades and continents, generational shifts, and cultural blind spots. One small piece of that story begins with the August 1968 invasion and ends exactly 20 years later with a protest commemorating it and an invitation to attend in a form no regime leader had yet considered as an avenue of dissent, a text adventure. In the late 1980s, personal computers were rapidly taking over most Western countries, but less than 2% of the population in the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic owned one. This was largely because the state, which controlled all production, had never made producing personal computers for its citizens a priority. As a sense began to grow that the nation's youth might be falling behind Western countries in their readiness for a digital future, belated attempts were made to jumpstart a homegrown computer industry. But with neither the economies of scale that made cheap computer parts possible, nor marketing firms to convince people they needed one, computers in Czechoslovakia remained rare and very expensive. And while computer games had become big businesses under capitalism in the CSSR, there was simply no way for such an industry to arise. The state had no interest in games, and private citizens had no legal means of distributing or making a living from them, even if they could get a hold of a computer to write some. So most of the few computers and computer games in the country had to be imported, often under the table. While it wasn't illegal to bring goods across the border, Czechoslovak crowns were not convertible with Western currencies, and the state charged exorbitant import fees even for those who did have foreign money. A more practical means to obtain a computer was to pay a friend who could afford a visit abroad to smuggle one back for you. And one of the easiest computers to smuggle was the British ZX Spectrum, an aging machine already replaced by newer models in its home country. Its small size, contained within a plastic keyboard about the size of a trade paperback and designed to hook up to a television set, made it easy to shove deep into a bag or under a pile of laundry. One importer wrapped a Spectrum up like a sandwich and hid it in a basket of snacks. By 1988, there may have been close to 100,000 Spectrums in Czechoslovakia, some brought in legally, but most slipped through, quote, gaps in the Iron Curtain. The cost and the risk still kept computers inaccessible to most families, so at first the only way most young people could use one was at a computer club. While it wasn't legal to form private organizations or own equipment collectively, a number of official state organizations became umbrella groups for all kinds of hobbyist activities. I need a drink of water. I should also catch up on chat. Books are cool. Agreed, Hinton. Oh, and Kay says, I stayed up far too late, but it was worth it. I'm glad you finished. Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out, Anne. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great night. Emmy says, this is fascinating. The availability of hardware in the 80s was essentially nothing. The PC store in Prague then had like 45 computers. That's it. Sold in one day. I wonder how they got their hands on it. They ended up being made by a company who made farm equipment. And they had a Specky clone, but it didn't come out until like 1990. I'll stop check-splaining in chat. Culinary says, I like some chips with my sandwich. Very good, yes. Okay. While it wasn't legal to form private organizations or own equipment collectively, a number of official state organizations became umbrella groups for all kinds of hobbyist activities. Svazarm, a kind of all-ages scouts designed to train comrades in skills that might be useful in military service, such as ham radio or first aid, began hosting computer clubs during the 80s. At a branch in Prague, 3 young teens in particular bonded over the club's shared computers. The lifelong dream of all of us was that we would one day have a computer at home. One of them, Miroslav, I'm struggling with how to pronounce this name. It looks like fiddler, but there's like an accent mark over the I, and I have no idea what to do with that. I'm going to say fiddler. That's probably completely wrong. Recalled years later, he and his friends, Tomas Rylek and František Fuka, would eventually form a loose collective known as the Golden Triangle and become some of the most famous game programmers in the country. But that would come later. Without computers at home, the trio would often stay at the club until midnight when allowed, taking long walks along the Vltava River, sharing project ideas and schemes at times when the available machines had all been claimed by others. Just lengthen it a little. You're fine. Okay. I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Lengthen what a little? Which part? Eventually, Rylek and Fiedler's families went in on a joint purchase of a Spectrum the boys could share, and the two worked out a plan to use it in shifts. Within a year, they'd worn out the cheap keyboard. With no way to get official replacement parts, they scrambled to hack together a replacement out of scavenged materials, including doorbell buttons. Oh, man. Day by day, their hardware hacking and coding skills improved. Fiedler had already been programming for years, writing simple code on a TI-58 calculator that he'd managed to hook up to a printer. It could be told to print letters through some crazy method, so I made a program that made sentences out of words. The Spectrum, even with its limited memory, was an impressive upgrade. Also, I just want to show this photo. This is the homemade replacement keyboard for a ZX Spectrum. Photo by Sylvia Kolisarova. The vowel. Don't worry about it. Honestly, it's mostly phonetic. Just pronounce it with confidence. Okay. The first software we had access to was program listings in magazines, Rylek later recalled. Sometimes smuggled in computer publications from the West, sometimes in official newsletters for computer club members. Private citizens couldn't distribute literature or own a printing press. Jeez. Rylek dryly remembers a then typical experience with magazine program listings. One typed it into the computer and wondered why it didn't work. But soon Western games smuggled in on cassette tapes started circulating. The Spectrum could hook up to any tape player to read or write data, and tapes were easy to copy. These pirated games, though piracy was a fuzzy concept in a country without private industry, would circulate via a sneaker net of copied and shared cassettes. Many of the games had been locally cracked to remove their copy protection or add cheats and tweaks, and their loading screens would be modified with messages from the hackers. Club members in different cities who had never met in person left elaborate chains of notes to each other on crack screens, forming friendships and rivalries encoded in basic strings. Soon the shared games, quote, became a fully fledged means of communication within a subculture of young geeks, like 8-bit chain letters or perhaps social media of the early digital era. An internet that existed mostly on magnetic tapes shoved into school backpacks and zipping around the country on buses and bicycles. Literature and music was heavily censored by the government and could not be legally distributed by amateurs, but software was not on the radar of the party or its secret police at all. The authorities had not yet realized that the computer could be a medium for expression. Soon the Golden Triangle and other young hackers had started giving out cassettes of their own original games. The analog distribution network was so efficient that, within weeks, new games might spread to tens of thousands of players in all parts of the country. Of all the games that I released, one of the games that I released was offered back to me from Bratislava, 200 miles away, 6 days later, Fuka fondly recalls. And while many of the country's amateur games used graphics, the most popular genre was textovka, or text adventure. Few Western text games circulated in the country. Fewer and fewer Western companies were even still making them, so an amateur Czech or Slovak text game had less competition from professionals abroad. Since few of the pirated games were translated, the novelty of playing a game in one's native language was a big draw. And since they didn't need graphics or sound, a tekstovka was easy for a single person to create. Authors would often put their phone numbers in the game's title screen, hoping for calls from fans. Fuka recalls getting endless hint requests from his games as his games got more popular. Next to the phone, I had some basic questions and answers prepared on paper, he remembers. So when I wasn't at home, my mother could answer for me. By the summer of 1988, Fiedler was 18, and he and his friends had become some of the most famous and respected Czechoslovak video game programmers. But a wave of change was stirring in the country that year. Fiedler's generation was too young to have lived through the trauma of the Prague Spring's final days, and few young people took the heavy-handed and ever-present communist propaganda seriously. In the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev had announced a reform movement called perestroika, a restructuring that would loosen state control, allow more press freedoms, and introduce some free market elements to the economy. Almost exactly the reform ideas that the loyalist Czechoslovak government had spent 2 decades trying to suppress. Public confidence that the CSSR party dropped dramatically in the aftermath, falling from a 57% positive approval rating in 1986 to only 31% by 1989. Murmurs spread of a public protest to honor the 20th anniversary of the Soviet invasion. While he was no revolutionary, Fiedler counted himself among the discontented, in part because he, quote, had always wanted to make a living programming and making games, and the regime, in a way, made that impossible. That summer, with adulthood and state-sanctioned career looming, he fired up his spectrum and started a different kind of coding project, a protest game. The title was Prestavba, a Czech word for perestroika, styled as an acronym. It was credited to the fictional UV software, or Central Committee software, jokingly suggesting the game was an official program created by the state. The game takes the form of a short text adventure purporting to star a devoted, loyal comrade. Familiar party slogans appear after most commands, and the tone is as earnest as a propaganda film. Yet each puzzle functions as a punchline, poking fun at sacred cows and deflating the pomposity of the state's fealty to outdated Soviet ideals, which even the USSR itself had begun to move on from. Culinary says crack screen beef. Crack screen beef is so good. Yeah, this is amazing. This is really, really fascinating to me. I remember seeing a lot of phone numbers on Commodore 64 music SIDs. Okay, so now we have an excerpt from the game here. You are standing in a small dusty room. Exits north, south, west. You see a hatch. Wonders of the world unite. West. You are standing in a dark alcove. Exits east. You see a lighter. Death to the imperialist squadrons. Take lighter. You took a lighter. Examine lighter. Surely something could be set on fire with it. It is a quality made in the USSR lighter. Light lighter. The lighter skipped. Glory to the Leninist politics of the party. The quality Soviet lighter, in fact, is coded to work only 30% of the time, a joke made more poignant in a country filled with shoddy goods made by state-run factories. Nearby, a dark tunnel gates your progress, but even when the lighter does strike, it's not enough alone to illuminate the passage. Fortunately, in another room, you can find something combustible. You're in a dirty toilet. I'd rather not describe it too much. You might feel sick. Exits west. You see a bowl. Examine bowl. It's completely dry. You found something. You see a book, a bowl. For the liberation of the exploited. Examine book. It's Marx's Das Kapital. When lit on fire, the tome provides enough illumination to make it through the tunnel. Kez osviti tvoji kestu, the game exclaims. May it enlighten your way. Later, you need to dig a tunnel, but can only find the proper motivation to do so by reading some inspirational words in the official party newspaper, Rudeho Prava, Red Law. Dig. You can't be bothered. Read editorial. You read the editorial in Red Law. You immediately acquired a taste for work, which is an essential honor for any socialist citizen to do. Dig. You managed to dig into the lower floor. Fiedler's game wasn't the only political game making the rounds. Stanislav Hrda's Shatokin 1988 takes its title from the star of a widely screened Soviet propaganda film, a buff action hero meant as an answer to Hollywood's Rambo, and pits him against his famous rival. Beginning with an enormous graphic of a hammer and sickle, it also purports to be a loyal, pro-regime product, but Hrda used the unique ability of games to present multiple possible outcomes in a cleverly subversive way. When you play as Shatokin, in which the nominal goal of defeating Rambo, the game is nearly impossible to win, with most choices leading Shatokian to a constant series of violent and humiliating deaths. Quote, charred to bits in a burning helicopter, crushed against a coral reef, simultaneously poisoned by crude oil and eaten by sharks, drowned in a sewer, and even killed in an embarrassing accident involving a beer bottle. Michal Hlavak, who created the graphics for the game, recalled fondly how its creation allowed us, through humor and satire, to exert some kind of control over something we didn't have power over. We were not going to pick up a gun and go out into the streets, so we wrote a game about a major of the Red Army, and we made it difficult for him to win. In Prestavba, you eventually escape the building you're trapped in and break out onto the streets of Prague. The climax of the short game involves finding a stick of dynamite and using it to blow up a statue of Lenin, inside of which is a golden brick. Gratuluji Vitezi, congratulations winners, the game declares once you take it. You see, a socialist man can be helpful in any situation. Congratulations again. We will all meet on August 21st in Old Town Square or anywhere else. Old Town Square in the heart of Prague was one of several places where rumors said protesters might gather to mark the 20th anniversary of the Soviet occupation. Any reader at the time would have understood the import of the date and place. If you had put these notions in a leaflet or a novel, burning marks, blowing up a statue of Lenin, invitations to an illegal protest, you probably would have been arrested or worse. Though the authorities had never shown much interest or awareness of games, Fiedler was taking a risk. I was so proud of my technical abilities, Fiedler later recalled, that I thought, there are 5 people in this country who can do things at my level, so I must produce bad code so that the state police does not catch me. God. Though he was by then an accomplished assembly programmer, he wrote Prasaba in straightforward BASIC in the hopes of disguising his authorship, and took great pains to ensure no code comments or other details might be traced back to him. He distributed the first copies only to trusted friends who would have deniability. Each could claim that they had acquired the game in the course of prolific cassette trading, not from the original author, and that they hadn't even known what the contents were. Since people might swap dozens of games at a time on compilation cassettes, this was eminently plausible. The paranoia, however, proved unfounded. State police hadn't even begun to suspect that computer games might be a medium for political statements, though later declassified reports from the secret police reported the confiscation of 150 leaflets and 15 opprobrious signs? I do not know that word, opprobrious, promoting the protests. Even if they had, the potential audience of savvy computer users, a tiny fraction of the country's total population, wasn't large enough to worry about. But none of that changed the way Fiedler must have felt as he handed out the first copies of his game, wondering how far it might spread and to whom. On August 21st, the rally took place. A few hundred citizens gathered in Old Town Square in nearby Wenceslas Square, where in 1969 a student had set himself on fire to protest the Soviet invasion, for a small demonstration that seemed at first relatively inconsequential. But as police began to disperse the gathering, the streets swelled with thousands more protesters who'd seen the crowds from their apartment windows or heard news of them from the street. Eventually, nearly 10,000 people were marching on the seat of government, shouting for reforms and freedom. I'm going to pause here to share this image. Title screen of 17.11.1989, author unknown. The header translates to, "We don't want violence," a slogan chanted by student protesters who were badly beaten by police on that date. Typical of games in the scene, the detailed cop face was borrowed from a pirated Western fighting game. French toast, please. Hello. Good to see you. We're reading about a Czech game called Prestavba in this book, 50 Years of Text Games. I hope you are continuing to enjoy the Golden Idol. Okay, where did I stop? The rally would prove a catalyst, triggering larger protests in the months to come that were put down by more violent police actions. These, in turn, spurred further protests and more protest games. One Textovka starred Western hero Indiana Jones, who had become a popular game avatar in a country free from copyright laws, casting him as a protester defending himself in the crowd from murderous cops. In another, pictured at left, you must find a camera to document instances of police brutality at a riot that turned deadly. The game was created within 48 hours of the events it depicted. By November 1989, a peaceful coup, the Velvet Revolution, deposed by the Soviet loyalist government in favor of a new leadership dedicated to permanent reform. Elsewhere in Europe, the Berlin Wall was falling and the Soviet bloc was crumbling. At the end of 1991, the USSR itself would dissolve, ending an era. Czechoslovakia held its first democratic elections since the Second World War in June 1990. With their audience of a few thousand teenagers, the influence of a handful of computer games had on these events was tiny. But the amateur protest games became part of the chorus of activist media that included student papers, rock songs, and samizdat, handwritten or typewritten versions of banned books and publications that circulated illegally, according to journalist Andrada Fiskutian. In Gaming the Iron Curtain, a history of the country's 1980s game scene, Jaroslav Svelch writes that the Czechoslovak amateurs became some of the first in the world to continuously make activist games about current political events. The amateur scene developed its own genre conventions, its own canon, and even its own programmer stars. It discovered that games were a medium and used them not only for entertainment, but also as a means of self-expression. In the aftermath of the revolution, as groups of citizens came together to try to form a new government, Fiedler and his friends kept helping in their own small way. One night, they took a break from their computers to make posters and hang them in the subway. The Golden Triangle supports the Civic Forum. In a democratic Czech Republic, Fiedler would realize his dream of programming for a living, working for years making best-selling commercial games. The Czech game industry grew from a hobbled start into one of Europe's most successful indie game hubs, producing titles like Factorio, Woob Software 2020, Samarost, Amanita Design 2003, Beat Saber, Beat Games 2019, and DayZ, Bohemia Interactive 2018. And in 2016, Fiedler and his Golden Triangle buddies were honored with induction into the country's Gaming Hall of Fame. It was a fitting coda for some kids who had once worked on a single plastic computer in shifts, typing on a hacked computer keyboard made from spare parts, trying with all their hearts to put a piece of themselves into their games. Yaroslav's book is the one I have. Nice. Yeah, Hinton brought that up when I did the stream for this book, I think, sometime recently. But that was great. And we finished just in time. No, I think there was listing a bunch of other developers that made games in the Czech Republic. That wasn't the same people. This is self-published. Shoot, I don't have a link to it. Print versions are no longer available. Let me see. There we go. But it is available digitally if you'd like to check it out. Yes, they are. We could just take yours. Yeah, that is true. But you'll have to fight me for it. I'm just going to leave this here. So yeah, that was great. I think we'll definitely continue to occasionally read chapters of that. What was I going to say? Oh, that help give me more context for Donkey Island, The Secret of Donkey Island, game that Mzizi and Sonneveld recently translated. That was the first commercial Czech adventure game. think I got that right. So like just understanding the history of, you know, why there weren't commercial games before that, and also like why it borrows so much from like you know, a commercial American game is all very interesting. Nobody here is an expert, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's a shame. Thank you all for hanging out. So my next stream will be on Friday. I will probably also have a bonus stream on Sunday, but I'll let you know on Friday if that's more certain. Unsea Crush is taking a break from streaming, but I think she's thinking about streaming next week. I'm not sure if she's decided on that for sure. We gotta find somebody to raid. Thank you all again for hanging out. This was a great time. I really enjoyed Swamp Witch. I don't think Jim Thompson ever created more games, which is honestly kind of a bummer. But I'm hoping we can find some other delightful similar games. And also, Trev to the Rescue is definitely on the menu. Thank you, thank you. Did Swamp Witch require editing code to beat it? No, we did not have to edit any code. We didn't actually have to look at any code at all today. We just had to figure out that one bug and understand how to get past it. It is a bug worthy of fixing, I think, but I wanted to play the game without modifying anything. Trev's on the menu. Okay. Trying to help. Does anyone know how to use the Twitch app? I don't, apparently. Okay. Who's streaming? We might stream Ghoul Babe. Stream Ghoul Babe. Raid Ghoul Babe. I'm great at words. I might be a little tired at this point. I had to stop drinking all caffeine. I wasn't forced to, but I figured it was a good idea. I did not have, today was my first day of no caffeine. I did take a very long nap at one point. And I'm a little tired. Honestly, I don't even drink that much caffeine, but I do feel like it helps me operate normally. Anyways, we're going to say hello to Ghoul Babe. I think she's currently playing backyard baseball. Maybe she's on a break, actually. Just drink water. That's not the same, though. Oh, she's currently got a poll for which game to replay. So let's head on over there, and y'all can vote in the poll. Thanks again, y'all. You're the best. I hope you have a great night, and I hope we'll see you around. Take care. Bye.